Alright folks, how's it going? As you can clearly see, I am not late today. I am perfectly on time. All things being equal, I was an hour early on Tuesday, so I had to weigh things up. But how are we all doing today? Oh. 15 minutes late? Don't be silly. I was an hour early on Tuesday. I've got to make up the time. Who's a swell guy? Hey, you don't time out for that sort of thing. How we all doing, folks? In total, you're 1 year and 14 minutes late. To be fair, I think I played 11 for about, what, a total of almost 1.5 years playtime. So I've still got some time banked. I'm still good for now. Yeah, it's been an interesting day today. Very busy for me. Oh. Playing Helldivers 2? It's a fun game, right? What's everyone's thoughts on Borderlands 4? What's everyone's thoughts on it? It started off almost smashing it with like almost 100%, and then the lower score started coming in earlier today. But I think it settled at around 84 for the Metacritic. I have it somewhere. I do have it somewhere. Why do I have this twice? Oh. Here we go. The Borderlands 4 settled at 84. Mostly negative? Did I read my DM Discord? No, I'm still half asleep. What's up? So, bullets. I'm a little disappointed. Where is he? Where's bullets? Is he even here? I see bullets is not here. He ran off. I'm just waiting for the Roach King to make his video about the developer tweet from yesterday. What is this? I just need an explanation. What is this? I just need some form of explanation. Steve. Oh, these devs don't know when to keep their mouth shut, especially when they have the company they work for on their bio. You was talking Taz kid with school? You was talking about... You was talking... Why are you talking about someone else's kid? This is getting weirder now. This doesn't sound right, dude. I see. I see. There's the no bullets is okay to have him. That's what's involved in the... Oh, so you're willing to admit to it as long as someone else is complicit. Okay. But what's the problem with Borderlands 4 on PC? Oh. It's a good game, right, Leaf? I told you it was a good game. It's dark, but it's a really good game. How far are you? Do I think the rumors of Fable being cancelled are true? Honestly, at this point, you can never tell, but I don't think they're true. If Fable gets cancelled, I think that's when you're gonna see a lot of... You're gonna see things are gonna change a lot. I don't think Microsoft can afford to cancel Fable. You still got a ways to go. You're not near the end yet. But it's a good game. It took a day for your post to be a new rumor. You were saying that playground was closed, right? That's not true. I've not seen a single thing about Playground closing. Leaf is playing Tilu too. No, it is not cancelled. But hey, on brighter news, we do have some good news. Despite waiting a year and then charging people money even more, the game came out broken. They have, at least now, as of September, fixed Black Myth Wukong. So if you get the game now, you get the fixed version of the game, not the broken version that you paid money for. The blurry graphics are gone. You get the global illumination back. I think Steve made that rumor up. I mean, there was something 2 months ago. Just looking here, no, the new Fable game has not been cancelled, but it has faced multiple delays with its release window now pushed. There is so many things wrong with that statement, I don't know where to begin. But hey, thank you for the 14 months of membership. But yeah, I have questions. None of them are safe, so I'll leave it to when we're offline. Even then, I'm probably not going to ask the questions because I don't know if I want the answers to what I'm going to ask. So let's just assume that I've asked those questions, I'm satisfied with the response, and I'm going to move forward with my life. With its release window now pushed from 25 to 26, or possibly later with a potential 2027 launch being rumored after the game was absent from the recent Xbox Game Showcase 25. While fans have expressed concern due to the lack of updates and extensive development time, the studio, Playground Games, has stated that delays are to allow more time for the project to reach its full potential. That's it. That's all the news. You really want the broken version, Banisher? It's okay. Just pick any Ubisoft game at launch, and you're I think GTA's due another delay, and I think it is going to get another delay, and I think that's going to push it into the window of Call of Duty. It'll be interesting to see how that works out, because I don't see Call of Duty moving their timetable. So it's going to be interesting to see how the two Goliaths cannibalize each other. What's up? I'm doing good, Remy. How's you? That's what I was saying, Steve. I think that's what they're looking to do. They're just trying to get it away from the Series S. The downgrade will be too heavy. And Paul, your life should be better for it. But yeah, Wukong is now fixed as of that version, so it should have more stable frame rates. Hi, Remy. Let's talk about eating people. Wait, what? Why, Shinzo? What could possibly possess you to want to talk about that? Wouldn't this be more interesting? Paramount is preparing to bid to buy Warner Brothers, including Batman, maybe, possibly, potentially. Remy, I'll entertain you. How you doing, Remy? You hungry? Well, there's farms out there. MBG's are... So I don't want to really go into this topic too much because I have my own personal views on it, and like the, you know, the sticky up top, the pinned comment says, I don't really want to get into it. It's just too early and it's a very controversial topic. But I understand where he's coming from. When the Avowed art director came out and made those statements before the game came out, everyone was going mental. Everyone was holding Avowed and Xbox accountable. So he's just holding the same energy. But because it's Sony, oh, it doesn't matter. And he's not willing to accept that. And good for him. And I think I'll just leave that there. Right? Good for him. Good for him for showing the same energy. Good for him for holding the same accountability. And shame on the people that are willing to brush it under the carpet for something that's way worse, because it's a PlayStation dev. I'm good, Rabbi. How are you? But yeah, this could be a really big acquisition for Paramount, even though I don't know who holds the Paramount license for video games. But then whoever, if one of them buy Paramount after that, it's going to be interesting. Either GTA 6 is going to come out alongside NBA 2K. Well, NBA is going to die instantly. NBA is going to have no chance. Yo, Shinzo, I heard that certain part, if you follow Norman Reedus into The Walking Dead, you'll find lots to eat. Lots to eat. But I wanted to jump into this topic about Xbox Game Pass, right? I think we'll jump into that and then move on to a bit more of the stories. But there's two big topics I want to talk about today. There's the whole Nintendo patent thing. Well, there's three actually. There's the Nintendo patent thing I want to talk about. There's the Game Pass situation. And then there's modding gone wrong, where mods actually are causing problems in a game. And it'll be interesting to see what your thoughts are overall on this. But as you're all aware, recently Peter Hines came out with a statement. And, you know, I was on Boom's podcast on this for quite a while, talking about it, We had a good discussion. I think it went really well. But the general consensus about this was that Peter was more concerned about, the developers than the consumers, and what it meant for millionaires rather than what it meant for those struggling. And then the conversation immediately went to Xbox bad. Well, not Xbox bad, but Game Pass bad. And so my question is, and my thought process is, number one, Peter wasn't very clear in what he said. He turned around and said there's tensions with Game Pass, which there's tensions with everything that you do, right? There's nothing out there that doesn't cause tension. What do you mean by that? It was super vague. But this notion that Game Pass is consistently causing problems or causing headaches or causing stuff really needs to come to an end. You've got Sean Layden on the other side, who's basically just trying to stay relevant as much as he possibly can, because he's pretty much out of the picture. I don't know, what's your thoughts on this? Because to me it's just getting exhausting seeing the same. As soon as like Chris String is having a bad week, he's gonna make a Game Pass post to try and get more clicks. Sean Layden is gonna do the same, and now you're getting old executives doing Xbox execs doing the same thing. It's you can see the pattern here. Rabbi, there's like a 5% chance I'll stream it. I'm working, so there's like almost no chance that I'm going to be streaming it. But I'll be streaming that evening, so normal time. So if there is, I'll probably be playing the showcase for those that did miss it as well during that time. My question to these devs are, do you think it's fair to force every game through the peephole of 5% discovery and there never be any alternative entry points to games? I mean, I get that, but here's the other thing. A lot of these developers that go on to Game Pass, for a lot of the time, they get their full development costs covered. So for them, there is zero risk. Sure, profits could be at risk, but they're having, at that point, they're having their full development costs covered. So where is the negative in this? So the thing is with Sony, it's really weird. It's a lot more horrible and it's weird because when Sony charges developers a lot of money to put their game on the store, but on top of that, if you want it to go to the front page, they have to pay even more money. It's Sony's proposition was even worse. They actually, for a long time, was super anti-indie dev. I heard they've changed recently, in the last year or so, but previously they were really, really, really bad. Yet no one complained about that. Or what about Abe's World, Abe's Odyssey, the new one that came out? They almost went into bankruptcy because of Sony. The company was promised to put the game on PlayStation a week after they launched. So they had their launch date and the PS Plus date. So they wanted a week in advance to basically say, hey, look, let's have a week of sales and then we'll put the game on PlayStation Plus. A problem occurred and they had to delay their release by a week. So they went to Sony and said, hey, can we push the PS Plus date back by a week? And Sony said no. And so the company went almost into bankruptcy liquidation because of Sony. You didn't hear anyone talking about that though at the time, because why would they? When did what come out? I had chicken curry today. Steve, yeah, they get full dev cost and a percentage on the downloads. Some get even a different contract, right? I think it was like a year or so ago. Let me have a look. Uh, 2021. It's been 4 years. Damn. It's been 4 years. But yeah, so let's talk, you know, you'll always get these actors that turn around and complain about Game Pass, but none of them are actually prepared to come out and say how it's bad. They'll use vague comments like there's stress this, or there's, you know, vagueness in this and vagueness in that, but they're not actually giving any real examples of how it's hurt a studio. Gaming, I needed some good news today after the bad news from yesterday. That is great news. So, like, I hated this puzzle. This puzzle was horrible. I did not get this puzzle at all. That puzzle made no sense whatsoever. Not one bit. This was probably the only blemish I found in this game. This puzzle was absolutely horrendously BS. Oh, I finished the game. It's weird. The game is called Order of the Giants, and there's only 2 giants in the whole game. One you don't fight, and one you do fight. In fact, one was a cutscene. I think their relations went really bad after that release that almost killed the company. Yeah, Steve. I agree. Honestly, I really enjoyed the DLC for what it was, but I will say that I kind of agree with what people said. It felt like it was cut content that didn't really fit into the main game, so they added it separately. It almost feels like it was a side quest that kind of broke into different paths, like into like a separate tomb, and they just either didn't see it fitting into the main game or didn't have time to finish it, and so they cut the content and released it as DLC. It really felt like that. I don't know. That's my opinion. I still enjoyed it. No idea. British strawberries are not like that. Well, DCG liked Silksong 6 days ago, and then just 3 days ago he said it's too hard. I mean, Silksong is a difficult game, and you know, you either like it or you don't. You know, I didn't understand the hype for that game. You know, it never appealed to me. Happy for the people that enjoy it, but the moment you're talking about death-defying difficulties, I mean, this is not for me anymore. You know, I don't like difficult games to that extent. But then again, I'm very selective when it comes to Metroidvania games. I usually stick to Metroid and Castlevania. It's in the name. I feel like they do it best. Now, there are a couple of others that have had really good success in those genres, and they've worked out well, but yeah. Wanted me to ask what happened to your... What do you mean, what happened to my Starfield hours on Discord? I'm confused. I like fun. I don't like torture. What was that? What do you mean, Byron? See, Bags likes Gollum. Bags and Gollum go hand in hand. I don't get stuck on Silksong. But hey, I do have 4 days of gameplay in Silksong, so I have put my time into that game. It's just not for me. I gave it 100 hours. After that, it just wasn't, you know, I realized at 100 hours that the game just wasn't for me. Hey, Devastator, man. One thing I don't want anyone to do. I appreciate people supporting me, and I appreciate the super chats and the memberships and everything, but please do not go into any, you know, don't go into any form of financial situation just for that. I'd rather you have money to put on the table and spend it yourself. If it's within your means, I appreciate it, but, you know, don't put yourself into jeopardy. Your messages aren't getting barred? Let me see. I think I've forgotten Nightbot again on here. Nightbot hasn't censored anything, but I'm removing him anyway. I'm going to be right back, chat. Someone's just calling me. You see that, chat? They actually called me to go and help them with a death-defying jump in a video game that they couldn't do, and they needed good old dad to come in and save the day. That's what you call win. Tomorrow is Digimon story time. We were all enjoying Chairden, bro. What do you mean? But yeah, let's try something different. Does anyone want to jump on and give their view on how they feel about game, this whole Game Pass situation, how it keeps propping up? The only thing I'll ask is keep your mic clean, no background noise. After you've made your point and discussed, then feel free to jump off or someone else to jump in. Let's do this. Byron, we're going to be covering that in a bit. So if anyone wants to chime in on the whole Game Pass debate, you can chime in there. Digimon demo. I've never been a Digimon fan, but I'm going to check it out and do a little preview of it. Video. I want to start doing a lot more game previews. I know they do absolutely terrible on my channel. But I do want to start making a shift more to video games as well, like video game previews and impressions and stuff like that on my channel. So definitely want to do that moving forward. Diablo, we're talking about Game Pass and how it seems to always come up as the red herring. The moment there's like lack of news or lack of thing, everyone just keeps jumping on Game Passes. Game Pass bad, Xbox Game Pass bad, Xbox bad. And honestly, I'm just sick of it. Obviously, I'm just trying to load it up. But your page isn't loading. In fact, your page is the only page that isn't loading. What did you send me? And like when, for example, Steve starts posting stuff like this. Wait, didn't I block this guy? Am I able to see what he says? I thought I blocked this guy. Xbox Game Pass is for poor people. If Game Pass is your main method of consuming games, you shouldn't be gaming. Focus on increasing your financial status and earn the ability to actually buy your games. I mean, why do I want to buy them when I'm not going to play them again? This guy really is welcome up. Although I don't understand how I can see his tweet because I have him blocked. Look, I still remember you calling it Welfare Pass. We'll check that out a little later. But yeah, it's exhausting seeing the constant you know, drama around Game Pass is just never ending. And why is this constantly opening here? The constant drama about Game Pass is just getting so tiring at this point. Look, I might have not bought 3 copies of Gears Reloaded, but I did download 2 copies of Gears Reloaded. And then deleted one and downloaded it again, which technically counts as me getting the game 3 times. Alright, Steve, that's it. Your mod rights are getting revoked. You can't be saying stuff like that. There's laws against it. You realize that if you were cash strapped, you would buy 0 to 1 game a year? I mean, this is the point I was making about Piracy the other day, right? People were saying it's not, if you don't own it, it's not stealing. It absolutely is stealing. Hey, Devin, how's it going? It's about their new patent, Infinite, and we'll get to that in a bit. Oh, so Devin, last stream during the Indiana Jones one, you gifted 5 subs and I didn't adorn the pirate gear, so it's only fair that I do that, but you did gift 5 subs. Let me go grab it. Right. It's only fair. He did gift 5 subs, but I was so hell-bent on that puzzle I didn't realize. So, there is me sticking to my word. Yeah, we will have a giveaway tonight, gaming, in a little bit. But yeah, as I was saying, there's 2 ways of looking at the piracy situation, right? Because piracy is stealing, regardless of how you look at it. You've got the people who are never going to buy the game, regardless, which is what companies generally put as acceptable loss. But then you've got the people who would have bought it but aren't buying it because they're downloading it. So it's a bit of a grey area, but there's usually a level of acceptable loss where companies do equate to that. And those are the ones that they basically turn a blind eye to. But for the rest, if you have the means to buy it and you don't, that's worse. It does grow fast, doesn't it, Infinite? It's burrowing, definitely. No, it's stealing. My medallion tells me that it's stealing. My trusty bronze medallion tells me that it is definitely stealing. There's a reason why Black Eyed Pete is after me. But yeah, so I personally, I don't understand why Game Pass keeps coming up. And, I'm seeing a lot of videos going around. Is Game Pass killing the industry? Is it doing this? Is it doing that? And it's a little strange. I think the only thing that Microsoft really needs to address in this situation, which I think they haven't done, and I do think that they need to, Paul, I can emulate everything. I just choose not to. I've been in the emulation scene and that sort of stuff for a long time. I just choose not to. Number one, I think that's part of the reason, Ghosty. It's the latter part that you say. It's affecting their bonuses. That's almost a certainty because if they hit certain milestones, they get a bonus. So I do think it's hitting the bottom line. But again, this is something that Microsoft should rectify, right? If they're now saying that the new metric is, how many players, then they should say, look, if the game gets 4 million players, then you'll get this much bonus. If it gets 10 million players, you get this much bonus. This is for Microsoft in general to kind of sort out, and they're not. And with Peter Hines, I think it goes all the way back to Tango Gameworks, right? Where Aaron Greenberg came out and said Hi-Fi Rush achieved, surpassed every metric they had. And then they still ended up going goodbye-bye. So I think the real question is, under this new era of Game Pass, well, I say new era, but Game Pass has been around for a long time, what in Microsoft's eyes is deemed success? And I think Microsoft need to define that. And the moment they do, this whole conversation goes away. Right now, having 10 million players doesn't mean success. Having 50 million players doesn't mean success. All it means is you've had 50 million players boot up the game. What does success entail? And I think that's what Peter Hines ultimately was getting at. There's no set definitive criteria for this, and there kind of needs to be. MAU means nothing. Literally, MAUs mean nothing. All it gives you is an indication of how many people booted up your game, not how long they're playing. So what is success? And at the end of the day, The only person that can set that criteria is Microsoft. And I think that's why, for developers at least, there's no security. I mean, Steve, you was joking around saying Playground was shutting down. All it takes is one person to see that rumor, and that's it. It's gonna spread like wildfire. Success equals foam star. You have a weird type idea of success, Bags. That's not disputing what I'm saying, though, Steve. The whole MAU, like, I think recently there was, how many? They say there was 10 million, or was it something like that for the Gears Reloaded? I don't think I'm not saying Game Pass is bad for gamers. I'm just saying why Peter Hines was saying what he did. I think the tension that he was talking about essentially revolves around job security. Right, you said 1 million. And from that 1 million, how long did each person play? Don't forget, if you boot up the game, the moment the first screen comes on, that means you count as a player. Even if you booted it up for 1 second, you count as a metric in that 1 million. You can instantly turn the game off. It doesn't matter. You still count as a metric in that 1 million. No. Not in your fragile mind. I'm talking in the real world here. Ultimately, playtime doesn't matter. Unless you're talking about a live service. Live service does matter because that indicates how susceptible you'll be to microtransactions. I haven't, Paul. It thinks I'm always playing Core Keeper. Oh, so you have that problem as well. There you go, Steve. You're calling me a cheater. But there you go, Susano has that problem too. But I think once Microsoft, I think Microsoft just needs this kind of detail what success means in this era of subscription services. Just want to cheat. Duck of Death, I do that for reward points all the time. I boot it up for 15 minutes and then turn it off. I leave it at the title screen. I'm not playing it at all. I do that with, at the moment, the game of choice I'm using is Blueprints and Prince of Persia, the Rogue One. I just boot it up, leave it on the title screen for 15 minutes and turn it off. So a lot of people will be doing that Duck of Death just because of the Microsoft reward points. So you can gain the PC and Xbox points. Even then, I still miss Stay Stuck. The problem with me is that I play a lot of free-to-play games, like a lot of free-to-play. be it Wuthering Waves, Genshin Impact, a little bit of the first Ascendant. I play a lot of free-to-play, and because I'm already on my PC because I'm working, I've got like a dual PC setup. I just switch between my PCs and play it that way. A lot of these free-to-play games aren't available on Xbox, so I'm on my PC, playing them through their PC variants. Paul, that's what I use it for. Like I play Final Fantasy 14 every so often. I play that through PC because the way Microsoft has done it on Xbox, I just don't agree with. If I'm not home, I'm not home. I mean, you know, if I'm on holiday, I'm out. You know what I mean? I've had it lapse where I lose the 4 times points and I rebuild it when I'm back in town again. Xbox has standards. What standards? Of course they do. But yeah, I think that's what Peter Hines was getting at anyway. I think it was the whole, what dictates success? Because a game could do really, really well and the studio can still be shut down. And so in terms of tension, that's what I believe he was talking about. I don't think Peter Hines had anything sinister. Of course, you have Sean Layden, who immediately wanted to jump on the bandwagon and go, you know, balls deep with it and immediately jump in and try to make himself relevant. Because let's face it, that guy wants to be everywhere at the moment because he wants to make sure no one forgets his name for some reason. The guy has some kind of complex going on. But I think it was it Brandon or someone that sent me a clip the other day. I wanted to play that. They said it was going to be for Thursday. Or Tuesday or Thursday. So I wanted to play that first. It was a Paris clip. Let's see if I have it here. Did you send it to me via X, maybe? Could it be via X? Let's see. Let's see. See if I can find it. Notifications, mentions. Oh, here it is. Sorry, one sec, chat. Alright, so here we have the clip. It would be nice if you guys could see it. I agree with that. Alright. Wait, this is a different clip. Okay, this is different. This wasn't the clip. Exactly, Devastator. There's no audio? There is audio. No, there is definitely audio. Are you guys trolling me?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
There is audio.
The people that are
I'm seeing it.
Happen, first of all, they've never done business like this before. You know, that's number one. Number two, they never have conversations with people.
Are you guys shitting me or something? Okay, very low. Very low, I can understand. No audio? That bar was jumping with green everywhere.
People within the industry, you know? And look, oh, we're perfect? No, there's stuff that we predict that never happens, you know, but based on how the industry is changing and like, layoffs and all this stuff, and now companies are investing more money on just development, like development costs is not cheap, you know. What makes you think that these publishers, these studios are not going to do that, man? It makes sense, man. It makes sense. What's everything is happening, you know?
Let me say this, and this is a conversation I had at Gamescom with a dev, just a random dev. Not that he's a decision maker or anything, just a dev making a game. And just casual convo, he said, I hope, he or she said, I hope,
It's definitely a he at this point.
hope our game does well enough so that we don't have to lay off staff or close the studio altogether. It ain't about, oh, it can only be on this thing or that thing. They don't care, bro. We're at a point now where they're just trying to sustain. You know what I mean? As much as it costs to make some of these games these days, and the amount of people that you're supporting in the studio, right? You know, staff, all that you got to hire. They're just trying to make sure they get a return on investment that's good enough so that everybody continue to have a job. You got to think of it that way, man. Look, we're the customer. We just want to be entertained. We want value and all that. But then when you do get a chance to speak to people on the other side of this that are actually smart enough and skilled enough to make the games that we enjoy, because I am not. I listen to what they say and I listen to the concerns that they have. And their concerns are not about the nonsense that we talk about on social media. Their concerns are about, let's make the best game we possibly can so that people are excited about it and they're willingly wanting to go out and purchase it and play it and enjoy it. And we get enough of those people so that we can now greenlight the next game and we stay employed and we can continue to do the thing that we love to do.
Wait, I'm going to continue this in just a second. Why is it when the Duck of Death gets Game Pass 3 points, it's nice Duck of Death, but when I get it, I'm a poor peasant? How does this work? I'm seeing the double standards here. I'm not standing for it.
Agreed. It's that simple. It's really that simple. So people can argue that, disagree with that all they want, but those are the conversations that I hear from developers.
And I'm going to take it a little bit further. I think if there's success with every company doing this, and look, Nintendo's always been the last one. I think Nintendo might experiment in the future because they're like, you know what? That's extra money. I can see it.
What I've always said, right? 2028 is the year Nintendo is going to put their first game onto other platforms, whether it's PC, PlayStation, or Xbox, I don't know. But 2028 is going to be the first year that they experiment.
I know right now people say no, but I can see it. I mean, they experiment with mobile. I can see them saying, you know what? Let's release a game on PC just as a test. You know, I could definitely see that with how everything is changing. Eventually, it's going to happen, man. Because at the end of the day, it's about promoting your brand, promoting your ecosystem to join in. Imagine the amount of people that will sign up and create a Nintendo account through an Xbox, a PlayStation, or PC version, the account, right?
Absolutely no one, if the PSN is anything to go by. PC gamers will not create another account to play a game. And if they turn around and bend the knee to Nintendo, oh, that's going to be interesting. That is going to be hilariously interesting.
And they can still play Nintendo games. I can see that too, man. Again, they're not doing it now, but it eventually could happen. There's potential. I could definitely see it, man. And I think
Oh, 100%.
couple years from now, nobody's gonna be talking about this, man. People are they're gonna be talking more about the games, not about the consoles. You know, and I know it was very weird and difficult for a lot of people when Xbox made this move last year. And look, PlayStation is doing it too. Eventually, more companies are gonna do it.
So this wasn't related to Game Pass in the way I thought it was going to be, but yeah. No, I think, overall with this statement, I know a lot of PlayStation fans are saying that it's never going to happen. It is. And Nintendo will eventually follow suit. Just not right now. They're at least about 3 years out before they, go into that era of doing stuff. But yeah, to me, I think that's what Peter's comment was. I think people, I get the financial side of things, people having to go at Pete because he's, the guy's a millionaire. He doesn't see the struggles that normal people go through. And his words were a bit too callous, in my opinion. But overall, I just think it's what is defined as success. Duck of Death, do you do the website searches? I can never be bothered to do those. I always forget. I just do the thing. I want to set up like an algorithm, like a little script that does it for me, but, well, I did. Microsoft realized I was writing a script. So they limited me to 4 an hour. So don't do that. I don't understand how. I set it with like great intervals. I told them. Of course you did. Yeah, I don't think I've got anything else to add to that Game Pass thing. I think it's stupid. I think Game Pass is a great service. Has Game Pass cannibalized sales? Of course it has. There's no denying it. People just don't buy as many games as they would have before, and at the end of the day, why would you? There's no reason for it. You're paying your subscription. You get it part of your subscription. There is the other side of things. The average person would buy about 3 games, maybe 4 a year. If you're releasing 15 games, you're probably getting more money out of them throughout the year subscription on Game Pass Ultimate than you would with them buying the games individually anyway. So for you, you're still making more money, and it's sustained money. So you're getting, the bank balance looks healthier when it's sustained. Companies like, sustained cash flow coming through. Mate, you do know that you can there's a button right at that sliding puzzle one? If you scroll to the bottom and say skip puzzle, you still get the points. Why would you do it? Now the Duck of Death is going to be like, what? You're telling me I was doing this for all this time and I could have just done that and got the points? Don't tell me that! Yeah, you could. You absolutely could. The fun in that is I get to play actual games more. I get to go and play Tetris and Minesweep. Maybe a bit of Solitaire thrown in as well. So apparently, people are saying that the Saturn version actually looks better than the remake, which is hard to believe. But Panzer Dragoon Y remake is coming to all platforms, it seems. The first one was pretty awesome. The second one is coming. What I really hope is that after this one, we get a remake of Panzer Dragoon Saga. For those of you that haven't played it, it is an RPG of Panzer Dragoon. It's a very good game. And one I highly recommend you play if it does come back around. But this kind of leads me on to this, right? Sega announced its Tokyo Game Show 2025 lineup with 4 blank spaces yet to be revealed. Crossworlds Racing, Persona 3 Reload for Switch, Virtua Fighter 5, which the community manager at the moment is throwing out beta codes like candy, and Persona 5 The Phantom X, which is a gacha game. But what are these other 4? What could those other 4 games be? You think Yakuza could be one of them? Nah. I think they're going to be, classics from yesteryear, like, I don't know, Jet Set Radio or Jet Grind Radio. Mate, I used to do all of that Duck of Death, and then I got bored and I can't do it anymore. It's too long. Ugh. I needed that. I have mine somewhere in a box. Unfortunately, mine got damaged during our move during the eviction. It actually got damaged when our roof caved in. Crazy Taxi could be another one. Do you think they'll announce a Fantasy Star Zero? I mean, a Fantasy Star game. Considering Fantasy Star 2 is not doing so great. I mean, it's doing okay, I guess, by some metrics. They still release updates for it. But do you think it's doing well enough? Susanna, that game has gone into just oblivion. Yeah, Duck of Death, it's just, it gets to a point where it starts, at first it was like, yeah, I'm getting all this for free. Yeah. And then you realize, yes, I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. There's always CD keys, right? Push comes to shove. Or loaded, as they're known now. But yeah, it's interesting to see what Sega's actually going to be showing as well. I don't know if Sega's going to unveil all their games on Thursday. Well, not this Thursday, but when Tokyo Game Show's on. But I guess that's something we can check out as well in the evening after the Xbox showcase. Yeah, my kids have wised up. They ask for money to do stuff. We had a roof cave-in, dude. We almost died. No offense, but the game was probably the last thing on my mind when I had to throw myself onto my kid to stop the roof ceiling crashing in and killing him. So my child is worth more than £1,000. Just gonna put it out there. Shadow Drop Persona 4 Revival. That could be cool. I mean, I really enjoyed Persona 4. Yeah, so you know the actual you got the plastering all on the roof. The complete plastering on the roof of the floor. All of that just caved in. The whole thing. It was you know, I had like half a second, but about a second between jumping and, you know, and my kid was like still like what, 4 at the time. So as soon as I heard it and I heard the crack, it was just instinct at that point. I just jumped over him and everything came crashing down on me. I wasn't hurt, but, well, there were some injuries, but the child was safe, and that's what's important to me. Let's see what Doc Dark has to say. I'm going to set this to 1.5. I seem to like people sounding like chipmunks lately. Open world Golden Axe would be cool, although I'm not a huge fan of open world games. All right. I've never heard Doc Dark at 1.5. This could be interesting.
What's up, everybody? Doc 185. There's levels to this. No, we didn't get a sponsorship or anything like that. Just felt like kind of making this video sitting down because I really want to talk about this. I'm lost at this point. I don't understand. So apparently it's that time again. At least once a quarter, we have to go real hard and complain about Game Pass. Even though when we see what Game Pass is doing, it's the only thing you really can't talk bad about when it comes to Xbox. You can try to talk bad about Game Pass, but every time you talk bad about Game Pass, unless you're in the business aspect of it, if you're a consumer like you and I, if you're a gamer like you and I, you just look silly. We've already confirmed that most of us don't own our games anyways, right? Steam already has that on their page. You buy the license to be able to play the game, okay? If you're buying it digitally, unless you're buying games on GOG, you're playing with DRM. So the whole owning thing is a lie. And what hurts the most is how easy it is to lie to a group of people.
Can you imagine back when, you know, we were playing games on like the Super Nintendo, the Mega Drive, the Nintendo 64? If you turn around to someone and said, hey, that game you just paid $100 for, you don't own it? I wonder what the reaction of people would have been back then. It's an interesting thought, right? It's an interesting thought. Sega's using Microsoft's Cloud Azure servers, yeah, for their game. But it's an interesting thought, right?
How easy it is to lie to a mass group of people. Because I feel like if you're talking with somebody one-on-one, it's easier to explain things to them and they might be able to get it. But you can lie to a mass group of people because all it takes is a little bit of groupthink. And then next thing you know, everybody's believing it. Do you know?
Hence, when Steve decided to spread the rumor around Playground Games closing, now everyone is saying Playground Games is closing.
The confidence, too, that people have when they talk to me is outstanding. Do you know I made a video yesterday talking about how expensive the Lenovo Legion Go is, and somebody in the comment section said, I know there's a handheld out there that just recently came out that's way less than that, and you can use one of the Joy-Cons as a mouse. They were talking about the Nintendo Switch, too. But this person didn't even realize I was actually holding a Lenovo Legion Go, the first one, in my hand, and that system does the same thing. That system arguably probably does the mouse thing better than the Switch. But I digress. This is not about that. This is about Game Pass. But it serves the point that people sometimes talk with confidence, and it's like, are you really listening to what it is you're saying? I don't have to lie to you. I don't have to tell you that I'm a gaming business major or anything like that. I have no idea. I could care less about the business aspect of gaming. The same way, that's the exact same way, like I love music, but I could care less about the business aspect of music. The exact same way that I like movies, I could care less about the business aspect of movies. Yesterday, we went to the movies to watch Naked Gun 2. I love AMC Popcorn. Shout out to AMC, give me a sponsorship. Listen, I love AMC Popcorn. I could care less about the business. They got the zoomies. They're just running around. Look at them. The disrespect in my own house. This is what I'm never going to make. I got cats running around. Anyways, listen. I don't care about the business aspect of popcorn. Why would I care about the business aspect of any of this stuff? Oh, well.
The only reason you'd care about it is so those games can have sequels. That's it. But ultimately, as a consumer, you don't care. You just play the game, you consume the media, and that's it. As a consumer, you are there to consume. It's in the name. Consumer, you consume.
If you like it, you should care about the business aspect of it. If not, you're going to lose it. Hey, things come and go. I used to love Blockbuster. I'm not crying that Blockbuster's gone. Not at all. I went to Netflix. If Netflix goes, whatever the next wave is, we going. I used to have MP3 players. You guys know what that is? MP3 players, iPods and stuff. Yeah, the little iPods. I remember I had an iPod mini. That thing came and went. I'm all right. Now I stream all my music. So this whole business aspects of thing, if you're not in the business, it doesn't make sense. And that's why this hurts me. Because I see gamers taking talking points from what businessmen are talking about. See, when Sean Layden and Pete Himes are talking about Game Pass, they're talking from a business perspective of it. They're the ones producing the products that we are gaming on. Okay, or the games that we're gaming on, right? So their mentality is completely different. They can have their opinion about Game Pass, but when I see gamers take this and then they want to try to convince us that Game Pass is bad, when literally top selling games drop day and day on Game Pass, and this can no longer be denied. This can no longer be denied. Top selling games drop day and day on Game Pass. It's to the point, like I said in my other video, when a game is not coming to Game Pass, I question it. That needs to be the new metric.
Wait, so is he questioning GTA 6? I think we can all agree GTA 6 isn't going to be on Game Pass. So is he questioning GTA 6? Just, I don't think he thought that part through very well. Yeah, I'm nitpicking, I know, but still. Sony stopped supporting the PSVR 2 the moment it released. Thomas, it's the only console that released in 2025. It's competing with no one else but itself at this point. Now, if you're talking about this gen, then you would be very wrong.
If your game is good enough, you should be able to drop your game on Game Pass and still sell well. Oh, they're not going to like that, but these are facts. If your game is good enough, you should be able to drop it on Game Pass and it'll still sell well. Why not? Expedition 33 did it. That's a small studio. They managed to do it.
Okay, Expedition 33 is a red herring. It's not the norm. I'm really happy that they had massive success. Power World is another one showing that it's thing. These games don't always, for every one game that blows up the way these games did, there's like 1,000 that don't. So, and it's not that those games are bad, they just, they don't go viral. Hey, this is a pirate's hat, man. Silksong could have released on anything and that would have been successful. The reason why Silksong was successful was not because of the game itself, but because how long it took to come out. People were looking forward to Silksong for so long that when it finally came out and at the price point that it came out at, everyone rushed to it. Now, it would have been really interesting to see how many people would have bought Silksong at $69.99. I don't think it would have sold as well. But at the sub £20 price point, it didn't matter. It was worth a punt regardless. So they used the hype of just how long it took to release, and then they priced it at a point where it was just difficult not to dive in. Unless you're me, and I just didn't care.
Silksong did it. Why not? Why can't you do it? Why can't you do it? You see, you can't use Game Pass as a scapegoat anymore for games not selling well. But as a consumer, as me, listen, me and my son yesterday spent like 3 hours playing Silksong. Me and Juju would have never played a game like this. Ever. Not my type of game. We liked it so much, we downloaded Hollow Knight, the first one. Now I'm over here playing Hollow Knight, the first one. Game Pass. Now, you know how many times I've seen Hollow Knight on sale on Steam and didn't buy it? Now, well, okay, I might do it. Bundle it with Silksong. Say I won't do it. Say I won't. Why? Game Pass. Expedition 33. Never, not a game that I would, if you just would have told me that it was a great game and you showed me the gameplay like I saw the gameplay of what it was, never in a million years would I have tried it. Not my style of game. But guess what? Oh, it's on Game Pass? Let me go and try it. Played it on Game Pass, liked it so much, bought it on Steam. Game Pass. Now, I chose to buy it on Steam, which honestly, as a consumer, is pretty dumb because I could already play the game and beat the game on Xbox, and I'm not the type of gamer that goes back really to play these games again. There's so many games to play that if you got to go back to play an older game because you have nothing else to play, that's a problem.
Okay, that's a good take. I like that take. That's a good take. I don't go back to play games. They should do more game previews on Game Pass. What do you mean? No, I get that, Steve. What I'm saying is that the amount of time it took to come out actually indirectly supported the hype of the game. Every kind of showcase that came out, everyone was waiting for Silksong. And when people finally heard and saw Silksong, they went mental. The actual wait and anticipation for it definitely helped in the game's success, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying the game is a bad game. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Game Pass is a great service. And if a game is good, like really good, regardless of whether it's on Game Pass or not, it's going to sell. Do you want to know the best example of this? Call of Duty. People may shit on Call of Duty for being a bad game. It's not. It's a good game. Barring the cheaters, it's a good game. Right? The campaigns are generally quite fun when they're not buggy. And the multiplayer is enjoyable. People pretty much live in the multiplayer. If you make a good game, people will buy it. It's really that simple. Game Pass is there. I mean, look at it. Starfield. I really enjoyed Starfield, and I got the collector's edition. I mean, I bought the early access edition for it so I could play it. And then I went and bought the collector's edition. So technically, I bought the game twice. Right? On top of my Game Pass subscription to play it. So, you know, I don't see this thing where Game Pass is bad. And I agree with him. What he's saying here is make a good game and people will buy it regardless of whether it's on Game Pass or not. But what Game Pass will do, which is something that Expedition 33 probably benefited from more than anything itself and was more valuable to them than the money they would have made by selling the game on Xbox, right? And what was that company? People Can Fly also confirmed this with Outriders 2 when they got screwed over by Square Enix. The exposure on its own to reach a mass audience that Microsoft can provide through the path of Game Pass is invaluable. That exposure that you get, especially if a game is multiplat, just makes the rest of the world sit up and take notice of just how good this game is and then people go buy it. So even though they're technically losing out on one platform, they're probably getting enough money from that Game Pass bag anyway to make it worthwhile and that venture worthwhile. I mean, Expedition 33 went toe-to-toe with Oblivion 4. You know, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, right? It went toe-to-toe, and in my opinion, won. It didn't affect their sales at all. So, the awareness on its own that Game Pass provides is worth it for these companies. Don't forget, people pay $250,000 to what is it? Jeff Keighley, just so they can have a spotlight on their show to get that awareness with millions of people watching. They're willing to pay $250,000, sometimes more. That's a lot of money for like a 1 or 2 minute ad. I think Woodpit's talking about demos. But yeah, I think where Game Pass shines for these companies is the overall just pure awareness. And you know, as when the game goes multiplayer, it's even, you know, it's just mind blowing, right? You see an instant explosion, which is great. Which is why I always said, could you imagine if Helldivers was available on Xbox day one? Sure, it might not have been a thing on Game Pass, but if it was available on Xbox day one, I think you would have seen some crazy sales of Helldivers on Xbox. Way more than you're seeing now.
The problem, right? There's a lot of games to play, all different types of prices and everything. But Game Pass, getting a bad rap, saying that this is bad for the industry. These developers have already proven that's BS. Okay, and I also don't want people to take their words out of context because they said subscription services, right? They mentioned Game Pass, but they said subscription services. Game Pass is not the only subscription service. It's literally the best one out there. When it comes to gaming, Game Pass is literally the best subscription service. I'll give you this. Shout out to Big Wolf for the Rock 77. I'll give you this. GameFly is pretty good too, for the simple fact that you could subscribe, you can get all the games, right? So I can't hate on it unless you got a digital console. Then GameFly is not for you, right? But you gotta wait for it to come in the mail and stuff. Shout out to Cowboy too from Now Your Mama Knows. He loves GameFly as well, and he actually uses it. So okay, I'll give GameFly maybe to me still. No, it's to me still Game Pass. PC as well. Yeah, because if you're a PC gamer, you can't really use GameFly. If you're a PC gamer, you can't really use GameFly. So again, the best subscription service, no, it is Game Pass, because Game Pass ultimately also got cloud service as well. Come on now, we're not gonna do this. Game Pass, the best subscription service out there, but it's not the only one. EA, who also makes game, EA, who's also a publisher, EA also has their own subscription service. Ubisoft, another huge, massive developer publisher, they also have their own subscription service.
Do you know why Ubisoft and EA and all these other publishers can't compete with Microsoft? You know why they can't compete with Microsoft? When it comes
You're telling me
to,
that they would do something to undercut themselves?
When it comes to the digital subscription services. Do you know why they can't compete? Because Microsoft has been building their war chest for a number of years. They didn't just buy ZeniMax for the sake of it. They didn't just buy ABK just for the sake of it, even though mobile was a key point there. They bought it for the IPs. They bought it for the war chest. They bought it for the war chest. They have an enormous amount of IPs that are on their subscription service. There's a reason why the CMA tackled Microsoft for the cloud rights of Activision Blizzard games. Because Microsoft basically had the, almost the monopoly at that point for having the only cloud service worth investing in, worth subscribing to when it comes to gaming. And that's not a lie. That's pretty much factual information. And that's why the CMA stepped in for the cloud stuff. Lately, I've agreed with Dr. Dark. characters he stopped being a pony? He's been PC for a long time. Hey, look, all you need to do is say something about Assassin's Creed. Did you see the thing where I found John? Let me see if I've still got it. I actually found Banisher in real life. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. It's a few days back. But I do remember posting it. Is there an easier way to find your posts on Discord? I'm sure there has to be, right? Let's continue watching this while I find it.
You see, this doesn't make sense. This doesn't make sense. But what really doesn't make sense is why you as a gamer care. What do I have access to? That's the only thing I care about. Dog, every once in a while, there's nothing nicer when you're hungry than running through a McDonald's drive-thru. I could care less what their business model is. I could care less how they're making it. Don't bother me at all. So, when it comes to Game Pass, I can't even find the words to say. I don't want to say it on a Sunday. It's stupid to say Game Pass is bad. I'm sorry. It just is what it is. It's stupid to say Game Pass is bad for consumers. Game Pass is a choice. You can go ahead and subscribe to Game Pass if you want, or you cannot. And even if you have Game Pass, you can still buy the games, which still makes it, again, one of the best subscription services. When Netflix or Hulu, when they get the rights to something, right? Good luck trying to buy it, right? Digitally, it's probably going to be theirs, right? But on Xbox with Game Pass, you can still buy whatever, every single game that's on Game Pass, you can still buy it. I don't know what you want me to tell you. How long is Game Pass going to last? I don't know. Is Game Pass going to go up in price? Yes, probably. When it does do that, then we got to reevaluate if it's still a value to you and to me. But as of right now, for me, I pay $19.99 a month. Okay, so I paid the $20 for Game Pass Ultimate because my kids still do use the Xbox from time to time. My son's been gaming on the cloud a lot more, and I have Game Pass Ultimate because I game on PC. So it is what it is. And even when I've tried to unsubscribe from Game Pass, I've lasted maybe a month the longest. Something would drop that I'm like, that'd be stupid to buy this full price when I could just try to see if I actually like it. Come on now, we're not gonna do this. DocDog1985, there's levels to this. We out.
And that's the beauty of Game Pass, right? How is he console warring, Heatwave? What is he saying that's actually console warring? What is he saying that's not true? I found it, boys. I found it. I found it. I found Banisher. Here you go.
That's a nice cathedral.
What I'm going to do is climb up. Then I'm going to grab hold of the ledge, shimmy across, then double jump, then climb to the top, activate the eagle point, then leap of faith into the haystack, and kill the Templar. Requiesta de pace.
I found him, boys. Oh. I know you do, Banisher. I know you do. I'm actually getting there with this story here. It ties in with this. Yeah, I didn't get how he was actually console warring. Or if you're in the UK, you only have to buy free games and you make profit. I don't know why it's more expensive in the US. It's that I don't understand, but in the UK, you only have to buy free games and you've made profit. And like people say, the average person just doesn't care about owning their games anymore. I don't go back to video games. Hell, I don't even go back when they remake them. Half the time. Hey, Paul, have a good night, dude. Have a great Friday. But yeah, no, I think you know, this notion that Game Pass is killing the industry is stupid. It's not. Because if it was, companies wouldn't put their games on it. They need to overhaul rewards. It works for me when I can be bothered to do them. But if Game Pass wasn't working and Game Pass wasn't doing what it needed to do, what it was doing, they wouldn't be pushing it. It wouldn't still be here. But clearly, there's value to it, and publishers are still putting their games on there. They can easily turn around and say no, right? No one is holding these publishers at ransom to put their games on Game Pass. They're being offered a lump of money and then a contract that can earn them more money. And so they're going through that method. And if they accept it, that's not a Game Pass problem. That's a studio. That's a publisher problem. At the end of the day, they're offering a service. About to play Helldivers? Not gonna lie. Do it, dude. Do it. Give it a go. Give it a go. See, my problem is this, right, Woodpit? Like, I've got Game Pass Now subscription until, I think, April 2027, right? To me, there is no difference between a game being digital and on Game Pass. Me having digital ownership on a video game and playing it for a Game Pass, I see no difference. The only time I am going to buy the game is either when there's a collector's edition for it. You know, Indiana Jones and Starfield are prime examples of this, where I absolutely needed those. Or when I want to buy the physical version of that game, and if it's not available on one platform, I'll buy it on another. But the bottom line is, if my only options are buy it digital or play it through Game Pass, I'm going to play it through Game Pass. Right? I don't think they'll ever stop locking games purely behind the subscription. Not anytime soon, anyway. But to me, buying it digitally and then playing it through Game Pass is exactly the same thing. The only difference is when you want to buy it physically. And that obviously makes sense. But you see, Microsoft has made it less worth buying the game physically. But a lot of games that are coming out now are cross entitlement between Xbox and PC, right? So do I buy it physically and only get it for one platform? Or do I buy it digitally and get it for but 2 platforms for the same price? That's exactly the point I'm making, PS5 blows. By buying it digitally, your game is instantly accessible in other areas, providing there's the Play Anywhere support. You're too busy looking at buildings, assessing when you can climb and, you know, jump into hay. But Microsoft recently came out with this advert. This car is an Xbox. And it's an interesting one. LG is teaming up with a bunch of manufacturers, car manufacturers, to actually put these digital screens, which I assume have Wi-Fi built in, into vehicles. They're going to be powered by WebOS. And with the new advancements of Game Pass going to 1440p, which I think is just a software upgrade, it isn't the main upgrade that they've been working on, which is hardware. So that's still to come. Game Pass is slowly but surely moving in the right direction in terms of xCloud gaming, but they are years behind GeForce Now, and Microsoft want to be at the level of GeForce Now, and they're just nowhere near that. But the hardware changes that they're going to do, which will probably enable either the Series X or a more powerful version of the Series X to show, allow you to stream your games. That is something that will be interesting. Microsoft are going to screw cloud, chasing fidelity and resolution. Why? GeForce Now does it perfectly fine. Unless you're saying Microsoft are incapable and incompetent to do it, but that's different. You're the only one I ever see talk about streaming games, because I do it all the time. I really enjoy streaming. Whether it's on my Steam Deck or it's on my PlayStation Portal or my Chromebook, I use GeForce Now, and I don't really use xCloud as much because unless I'm playing a specific Xbox game that isn't available on there, because GeForce Now just performs better. But Microsoft wants to get up to that standard. Booster pack. That's interesting. Internet connection required. Automotive data plan may be required. Yeah, I can see that. It'll probably be for the electric cars as well, right? Yeah, the problem is I don't notice the latency. I can get as low as 2 millisecond latency on GeForce Now. On a really good day. On a bad day, it's like 4 or 5 milliseconds. Honestly, that's fine. Yeah, I heard about Volkswagen doing that. That's dumb. Yeah, if you run GeForce Now's latency test, it goes really, you can get it really low. But the problem is I don't notice it end to end. I played the whole of the Indiana Jones DLC for GeForce Now, and I didn't have one performance hiccup at all, one latency issue, one graphical defect. I had absolutely nothing. So cloud gaming has come an extremely long way. Microsoft just needs to improve the hardware because they're still running the games on Series S blades, and they just need to turn it into a Series X. At the very least, a Series X. What you mean, the lies? I've played first-person shooters as well. I've had no problem. It's solely dependent on your internet connection. If you have a bad internet connection, you are going to have a bad time. If you have a good internet connection, you're going to have a good time. When I was on 50 meg internet, I could not use cloud service. Not xCloud, not GeForce, nothing. Now that I'm on a gigabit internet connection, I can use any of them I want and it works perfect. Man, I am amazing at shooters. I'll have you know. I can shoot the wide side of a barn door. Okay. No, that's not true, Steve. That's just not true. Because I went through that at my old place, and I could not game on GeForce Now, not even at 2K. So 4K is not going to work. It literally isn't. You can go on this as much as you want to. I have first-hand experience with 50 meg with a 55 meg connection, and it was not working. I was getting artifacting, I was getting blips all over the place. It just wasn't great. Some games were just unplayable entirely. Playing online is different to streaming. You of all people should know this. Will you stream Get By this game released tomorrow? Which one? Well, no, I'm not interested in Borderlands 4. I'm not going to be purchasing it. I've tried Borderlands 1, 2, 3, Tiny Tina. I just don't like Borderlands. That is a franchise that just doesn't resonate with me, so I am not going to be playing that. I do not. Hey, if Take-Two want to give me a review copy or a streaming copy of the game, I'll check it out. But I've got no interest in it. What was the last rhythm game I've tried on GeForce Now? I can't remember the name now. But again, it worked fine. You can actually alter the wave button to match your latency. So it works. I watched about half an hour. It was so bad I couldn't watch it anymore, Rabbi. Hey, Steve, look, we don't all kick our family members out the house when we're gaming, right? That I know that's what you do. But the rest of us kind of keep people in, don't want them outside looking through the window like O'Brien, let me in. While you're sat there, whiskey in hand. This is the life. I knew it. I knew it. But yeah, I think Microsoft just needs to upgrade their cloud platform in terms of the hardware, which they said they're doing. And it's going to take a while because, as with anything with a lot of red tape, everything takes forever with corporations. But they're looking to upgrade the blades and the hardware. So once they do that, I think Game Pass in terms of xCloud will be exactly where it needs to be. And I think at that point, it will be a lot more competitive and a lot more viable. Right now, because of the Series S blades, it's usable, but it's not competitive. But this whole campaign of This Is an Xbox, I actually released a video which did absolutely amazingly shit. But the point that I was making with the video, moving on swiftly, is that this campaign is actually really awesome. It's getting way more awareness about for Xbox than people actually imagine. People are mocking this and talking about it and making fun of it, but all it's doing is feeding into the algorithm, the SEO, and pushing it to a wider audience, which is where it needs to be. And so the more this goes out and the more Microsoft are advertising this, the better it is because the casuals are seeing and getting exposed to this more and more. The fact that people still don't know what Game Pass is out there that play on game, play games is crazy. I'm not sure about that one. I'm on two minds about that one, Rabbi. I'm on two minds about that one. It is, Brick. It is. See, Brick's already worked you out, Steve. Brick's already worked you out. I'm thinking about it, Rabbi. But I think this campaign is so cool. It's doing exactly what it needs to do. And coming from a company who basically doesn't know how to advertise or do anything that's worthwhile, that's pretty sweet. The one that I want to buy this month at the moment is Kronos. I've heard it's really basic, but it might be up my street. Grounded 2 has, I think it's just got its new update, if I'm not mistaken. The bigger axle park box. So we're around here. Or it's coming very soon. So we're getting basically this update here. Have we got the hot pouch on buggies yet? Not sure, but we're basically getting this update coming very soon. They had a Gamescom presentation where they showed Axel's the boss and it being absolutely horrendously horrible boss. It's a massive spider. But yeah, if you're looking forward to more updates for Grounded 2, it's coming. And I need to grab another glass of water because for some reason I'm dehydrating very quickly. So I'll be right back. Sorry about that, chat. Had to go on a hunt for where's Oreo. My I could hear my cat meowing somewhere. I'm looking at all the usual spots. Usually he's either in the garden on top of the desk looking in, or he's at the kitchen window looking in. But this time we can hear him but can't see him. Turns out he's sitting right in front of the door on the opposite side. Oh, sorry about that. he's sitting outside the door, meowing, telling us to let him in. I don't know what got over him. King of Fighters 2002 was great. I love to. That was a good game. Chronos I will do. I'm finishing off the game I'm playing at the moment. But that's a game I'm going to pick up to play soon. Here's a controversial one. I don't know if you guys heard anything about this, but in the Final Fantasy XIV community, Yoshi P has a stance of where he says, mods are fine as long as I don't see them, I don't hear you talking about them, then I don't care. Has anyone seen or heard anything about this topic at all? Because a specific mod that was available. I just spoke Grounded. What else was there to say? We got the full patch update. That's it. What else? I don't have any pictures or anything else. All I've got is this. There's no point in talking about these updates. They're not here yet. All we're getting is the armor and the park boss. They were mods. I mean, I did ask if it had released or not yet, and no one said anything. So I didn't have the dates for it. Didn't know they had anything. That's my music. Music. You think I should read it out in Italian? Nah, is it 16th? 30th to the public. So 16th for the preview, 30th for the public. Okay. That's September, right? Good stuff. What's your question, Rebby? But yeah, so Cesano, that's not particularly 100% right when it comes to this mod. So this mod gave light to the red light district in this game. There's a whole erotic role-playing thing, ERP, in 14. And this mod allows you to see not only your glamour, but other people's glamour as well when they mod it to view it. And for the longest time, Yoshi P, even though this was hurting their bottom line because it goes against, it stops people buying skins and stuff in the microtransaction store, which support the game, right? He still didn't care because he is actually in favor, he's a fan of mods as long as they don't tweak any of the gameplay mechanics. And as long as it's not being thrown in his face, he doesn't care. Like, there's a mod out there called Act, which basically allows you to see your DPS, see your whole team's DPS. He doesn't care if you use it, but if you turn around and say, mate, I can see your DPS, it's absolutely shit, and then they complain against you, then he will take action. So as long as you don't use it in any derogatory way and you use it for personal use, he doesn't care. But what happened with this one is that people started shouting about the mod and specific room numbers with password protection in the global chat. And so he eventually stepped in and banned the mod. And so this started a whole controversy, and a lot of people were really upset about it. Like, really, really upset. The actual Mayor Synchronos developer was sent a cease and desist. This is typical of Nintendo. Sony, Square does it every so often, but it's rare for someone who actually is in favor of mods and sees the value of mods to do this. And so the question comes up, was he right for doing it or wrong? He allowed it as long as people didn't shout about it, talk about it in game. You could do it in private discords, you can have private websites set up, he doesn't give a shit. But in game, he does. And people decided to push the line a little too far. And so he decided to swing the ban hammer and cease and desist, and that mod is now gone. Is he right for doing this, in your opinion, or not? What text you want me to read, Rebby? I'm not even seeing it. I said I'm gonna pick up Cronus. I don't know when I'm gonna play it though. So his stance is always, you can use it for personal use, just don't flaunt it. As long as he doesn't, it does, you know, complaints don't go back to him, then he doesn't care. That's been his stance the whole time. Because in his eyes, what this mod is doing is devaluing the game. But as long as people aren't shouting about it from the rooftops, he doesn't care. But the moment he does, and then people get offended by this mod, upset about this mod, then it becomes a problem. To give you an indication of what this mod can do, there's these fights called ultimates, right? They're really, really hard. They're designed for the top 1% of the player base. They don't release these fights often. They release like maybe 2 or 3 every expansion. So they're not like a lot of work goes into them, right? But when you win those fights, you get really amazing cosmetic gear. It's only cosmetic. There's no power boost to this gear. It's purely cosmetic, but it allows you to basically show that you've actually beaten these bosses and you've got rewarded for it. This mod allows you to see me having the same weapon, because I've modded it in, without actually clearing the content. And so people didn't like that. And that's where this all stemmed from. This whole pushback. I think it's interesting. It's an interesting, his post about it was quite interesting. There was business indications. There was player indications. There was actually a lot of stuff that he spoke about. I'm actually in agreement with what he said personally. And yeah, I just thought it was interesting. Like I said, Devastator, he doesn't mind if you use mods. Just don't make it public. if it's on your client side, do what you want. Use what you want. You can make your character look like how you want. Just don't make it public. Steve. Steve. I don't know. I just thought it was worth touching on this because it was interesting. Where's the second big topic I wanted to talk about? Let's go to that. I think this one is This one is big. This update is taking forever. What were you updating? Nintendo has successfully acquired a US patent covering the ability to summon characters in a game and make them battle for you. So if you are a player that has, you know, Borderlands, no, not Borderlands, but what's the game I'm thinking about? Diablo, and you use Necromancer. Well, they can actually now turn around and say, hey buddy, we've got a patent for that. Pretend Assassin's Creed. Yeah, I know, Dev, I'm just trying to fit in the stories and mindful of the time. So if we've got time by the end, I'll check that out. But that one was a good video. I do want to fit it in. No, but how can the legal patent team actually push this through? Now, clearly, this is designed for Pokemon in mind. But the way the patent is actually worded, Nintendo have basically made it now with this passing. Anything that uses a summon to fight for you, like say in Final Fantasy, where you can summon Ifrit to fight for you, those games would now infringe on Nintendo's patent law. Digimon is exactly the same, Vince. Hey, Force One. How's it going, buddy? Long time no see. I'm getting chubbier by the day. No, I'm losing weight by the day. I am losing weight, buddy. I've lost over 5 kg. It must be the camera making me look bigger and bolder and musclier. But no, I've lost about 5 kilos. So they basically, as it is right now, they were on track to lose against Pocket Pair. And because they were on track to lose against Pocket Pair, they went back and actually modified a couple of the actual patents to try and put them ahead, and they didn't work. So then they went back and put this through, and basically, as far as I understand, this will be retroactively active. So this doesn't just encompass anything that's released from today. This covers games that were released in the past. This is a really, really bad patent to give to one company. Woodpit, just do what I do, man. Eat less. Eat healthier, but eat less. You can eat more, but as long as it's healthy and there's not much fatty foods and you keep the carbs to a certain minimum, you'll lose weight. And this is coming from someone that can't move a lot. I've got I'm not going to go into my medical condition, but let's just say my mobility is severely restricted. They're not wasting money, it's been granted. And this is why Nintendo has crossed the line with this one. It's all of our weaknesses, Pit. I mean, are people actually suing Nintendo for this patent? Because if they are, that's great. And a lot of them should bundle on top of this and team up and just completely obliterate Nintendo entirely. They do, Vinci. What I'm saying is this patent covers every single game that has a summoning mechanic where the summoned character in the game battles for you. I mean, a simple necromancer in any game where you call upon the the dead, where they come out of the ground and they go and rush, or games like 11 where you have Beastmaster in there, where you can go and fight for you. Anything that has a pet system is subject to this patent. The problem is, though, no one bats an eye when Nintendo does stupid things like this. Everything Force can be sued, is my understanding. Nintendo right now can hold the whole gaming industry at ransom if they wanted to with this passing. And the question is not why, not that Nintendo got this to go through. It's why the judges allowed it to go through without any scrutiny whatsoever. It just outlines just how out of touch the people in charge of these patents, patent law, actually are. They just have no clue what they're passing through. They don't even understand the concept or the ramifications or the implications of what they're actually doing. Nintendo turned around and said, "Can we have this patent passed?" And they said, "Not in a million years." And they said, "What about if we have these two cupboards full of, paper?" And they said, "We're listening. Okay, we'll quadruple those cupboards full of paper." And they said, "Yeah, our arms are now being twisted. Okay, we'll add an extra one and make it 5 cupboards full of paper." And then at that point, the judges probably said, "Yeah, that will do. We'll pass it through without any problem whatsoever." They're either being paid to push these through, or they are in such a bad position to understand what they're doing. It's actually really, really dangerous for them to even be doing something like this. But either way, Nintendo now has the whole gaming industry. I mean, the Nemesis system that was with the For Honor game was phenomenal. It was a great system. No one is ever going to use that again because they patented it. It's a dead system. Can you imagine if Assassin's Creed patented the leap jump thing that they do, whatever it's called? You wouldn't have had it in Wuthering Waves. You're paying homage to it. Mr. Facebook, why did all my... But no, this is really dangerous. And, the more Nintendo does this, it's just, to me, you see a lot of people talking about Game Pass killing the industry and Game Pass being a problem in the industry and Game Pass being bad for the industry. But in reality, what they should be saying is exactly those words, but changing Game Pass to Nintendo. Because Nintendo is the one that's causing this. Have I ever had pork pie? I want to say yes. I generally prefer steak and kidney or chicken and mushroom pie. I just think they taste better. But I'm pretty sure I've tried pork pie at Christmas. They're fairly common at Christmas times. I eat everything, by the way, despite the fact of my religious background. Leap of Faith, that's the one. I knew Banisher would come in to correct me at some point. You could trust Banisher to come in with anything related to Assassin's Creed to correct you when you're wrong. I thank you, my dude. Bags, this one is bad. There's really no I've tried Marmite. I don't like it. Scotch eggs I enjoy. I just don't eat that stuff in front of my parents because it doesn't matter how old I am, my mum will still beat me. So I don't eat any pork in front of my parents, but outside of that, they know I eat it. As long as I don't eat it in front of them, they don't care. Hey, let's not go there. My mum's old school. She takes the shoe and starts beating you on your head. But this one here could mean that the summons could be gone from Final Fantasy going forward. Otherwise, they'd have to pay Nintendo royalties to use the patent. Have I tried a Helldiver's burger? No, I didn't even know that was a thing. Where do you even get a Helldiver's burger? Why isn't it not true? They said summon characters in a game to make them battle for you. What does a summon do in a turn-based game? They battle for you. That would infringe Nintendo's patent. I have not met Dr. Ashen. No, it's not. That's the problem, Bags. It's actually not. It's as vague as you can possibly get. That's the problem with it. Originally, the other day, Power Boss came into here you go. A console or other system is being used to run a video game from storage. So this is basically what the patent describes. The player controls a character in a virtual space, which is basically a video game. The player can perform input commands to make a sub-character appear, a summon, or any other character. It doesn't necessarily mean Pokemon. This is very, very generic and very open-worded. If there's an enemy where the sub-character appears, the player can control a battle between the sub-character and the enemy. Basically what you can do with your summons. If there's no enemy where the sub-character appears, the sub-character will automatically move around. It will follow you around wherever you go. And like, if you've got summons or pets in Final Fantasy, they will follow you around, like Carbuncle, for example. The player can move the sub-character to a different location on the field, and if an enemy is there, they can control a battle between the sub-character and the enemy, which you can. What's that tell us? I didn't even... Ah, come on, Talos. I was actually getting excited for a Helldiver burger. I wanted to see what it was. You ruined it. Thanks. I mean, Talos. You know what, Banisher? I had turkey drummers and the alphabet potatoes just the other day and the smiley faces. They are good. This is the patent. This is what it includes. Now, the most obvious example of this patent in action is a Pokemon game, which is obvious, where a player can summon Pokemon and use them to battle other on their behalf. It could theoretically be interpreted to cover a number of other games, however. Another example could be Nintendo Pikmin series, where players summon Pikmin by either uprooting them or choosing them for the player's ship and moving them to different locations, triggering fights if they hit the enemy. There are already concerns that Nintendo's new patent could lead to a number of lawsuits in which it sues any other company that tries to implement a summoning mechanic in its game, putting future titles like Persona at risk. However, whereas the trademark law says that the company could lose its trademark if it doesn't challenge any infringements, this isn't the case with patents. While Nintendo has patented this mechanic, it can choose not to pursue any other company that decides to use it, and only do so when it feels its own IP is being threatened. Now, this is what I hope Nintendo does do, right? They leave it restricted to their game, which basically means, you know, future games like Power World will never exist because Nintendo will immediately move in to crush them. This was the case with Power World, which has seen accusations of plagiarism from the Pokemon game ever since its release in early 2024. So it's a really bad patent that should never have passed. Now, if they made it tailored specific to Pokemon only, you know what? That's fine. They're protecting their game. They're protecting their heritage. They're protecting their IP. I get that. But the way it's worded is so vague, it can apply to anything. Yeah, Brick, exactly. What's the other game that's coming out that's free to play? Azure Premilia, I think it's called. Brick, the one that uses pets. There's also that Honkai spin-off as well that uses pets to fight for you, which you can summon, and they follow you around, and if there's an enemy nearby, they go and attack. I think it's called Honkai Nexus. All of these games fall under this patent now. There's nothing in the patent to mention throwing or catching. Bags. There's nothing there that mentions throwing or catching. This is purely for summoning characters that can fight alongside you. The people that sent PlayStation should be ashamed of themselves. The studio Sucker Punch was celebrating. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. I'm seeing a lot of people actually looking to boycott Ghost of Yote, which means the game is going to sell phenomenally well, by the way. The moment anyone talks about boycotting a game, it's going to do well. I don't think boycotts ever work. The shiny is my gift. I know, balls. They just do their own thing. Didn't you see what they did with you know that game that is coming from, I think, Tencent, that looked like a one-to-one copy of Horizon? So what they did on Steam, on their Steam page, was change the pictures and said, look, Judge, the game is nothing like it. Look, the pictures don't match anymore. We've changed it. Come on. You gotta have some big kahunas to go up and do that. I still want to buy that Xbox toaster. I got the fridge. I want to get the toaster. The Series S. Yeah, it can hold like a 6-pack in there and then some additional small cans, which is nice. Of course, I don't get to keep anything anymore. My kids steal everything off me. They just come and go, "Hey, Dad, are you using this right now?" No. I look back and it's like half the room is missing. Like, how do you move this stuff that quick? The only thing I've managed to retain them not moving is my figurines off the cupboard at the back. My storage shelf. Tencent's massive, man. They've got the backing of the Chinese government. I don't think anyone's gonna bother going after them. Sup, Calandros? But yeah. This is a horrible, horrible patent. But I'm hoping they're just gonna restrict it to Pokemon only, which still means that anything that has anyone that tries to release something similar can't anymore, which is still a shame. They have, dude. They have. My older one has. I don't have that many clothes, and they take them, and I'm like, where the fuck is my clothes gone? Tell us I'm not. I've got no interest in it. I was looking. Steve actually posted something in the Discord about GeForce Now. If you sign up for 12 months, you can actually get the game for free. So I was gonna do that and then give the game a try. I subscribe to GeForce Now anyway, but sadly, it's not available to Founders members. I had ad blocker. I think it's. Where is it? I do have ad blocker. I had to turn it off for my work. Did I uninstall it? I fucking did uninstall it. Yeah, because I was having problems at work, and obviously ad blocker can cause crazy issues for work. Especially when you're working on websites. That's the one. Done. But yeah, Steve, it doesn't seem like that offer's available to those that are already subscribed, which is a shame. I mean, I tried Borderlands 1, 2, 3, Tiny Tina. I just couldn't get into them. As much as I tried, I just could not get into them. I always just found it off-putting. You can, but we found at work, unfortunately, after a project went live, that some of these ad blockers actually can inject code as well without you realizing when you're using the CMS to edit stuff. And that causes severe problems, and you don't know, and we didn't notice it. So when it comes to work, I just I delete it. And because I'm using the same browser, I should say, I really do need to make a separate one for work. I'm lazy like that because everything is configured on this one, so I don't like to change it. Like, we had a problem where it went live and really, really bad things were happening. Let's just say that the Prince of Saudi Arabia was not happy. was I just saying? I just hope this doesn't impact other games. Nintendo clearly are threatened by other companies. They are scared and they are running scared. And in my opinion, they're the worst company out of all of them. And it's high time someone turned around and just maybe taught them a lesson. Forza Horizon 6 settings seemingly leaked well ahead of reveal. The Tokyo Game Show should see Forza Horizon 6. There are some people out there saying that this game is going to be shadow dropped. I don't know what type of copium you are going through at the moment, but whatever it is, give me some of it as well, because I could definitely use some in my life right now. But I can assure you, you are headed for a massive, massive, massive spring of disappointment. This is not going to be shadow drop. Ohayo gozaimasu. Speak. By the way, Members Night is on Saturday. It's going to be open to everyone to come in and view, to watch, to chat along. Obviously, to take part is something I do for members that are supporting the channel directly, and I want to give something back to them. But it's going to be available to everyone. It's not going to be locked behind a paywall. I've not done that for a number of weeks. I know I've been lazy with my... Well, not lazy. I've just had a lot going on in my life between me going to hospital and stuff like that. The placeholder is up. It's not behind a paywall. So if you want to turn up on Saturday, we're doing it on Saturday because a lot of people are going to be playing Borderlands today and tomorrow, especially with the official release being tomorrow. So I moved it to Saturday. It's a 7 p.m. start. So if you want to come hang out, just chill and have some fun, you're more than welcome to. Again, there is no paywall, and there will never be a paywall for you to come and watch, hang out, chat along. Everything in that regard, like it is here now, will be open to everyone. I will never put it behind a paywall. So do feel free to stop by on Saturday. The games that we're looking at is, at the moment, there's some random Everybody's Golf, I think it's called, or Golf with Friends. It's available on Game Pass, so that should be cool. Fall Guys, depending on how many people we have, is a free-to-play game. And Dead by Daylight is on Game Pass as well. Have a good night, gaming. Do you know what? I forgot to do my giveaways. Gaming reminded me as well. Alright, I'll do 2 giveaways on Tuesday. And I'll do another one on Saturday. I'll do another one on Saturday and 2 on Tuesday to make up for it. But yeah, this could be really good. I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully it will be good. I enjoyed Forza Horizon 5 for what I played. I've always wanted to go back to Forza Horizon 5. I honestly don't know why I haven't. Let me see. What have we got here? All right, do you know what? Let me do a quick giveaway real quick now, because I did promise I'd do one today, and since people are sticking around, I will do one now and then do another one on Saturday and then a couple on Tuesday. All right, let's get Nightbots back in. It's gonna just block everyone anyway, so no one can take part. But that's how this works, right? Everyone likes Nightbot being a complete and utter arsehole. Again, I don't know what the codes are. These are just randomly generated. So, well, not randomly generated. They're just given to me as a random list of codes, so I don't know what they are. They are Steam codes, by the way, so they're going to work on your next Xbox that you buy, or if you're buying the Xbox handheld, they will work on there as well, or any other PC handheld. So if you put down !win, you should come through. You want to watch me eat food? Nah, no one wants to watch me eat food. Why is live chat not working? Huh? Let's try that again. Why is it not working? Okay, let me refresh the page. So it's not working. Let me kick off. Nightbot, leave, join. Did I ban him accidentally? There's a chance I might have banned him accidentally. Let me have a look. Settings. Permissions. Oh, Nightbot is a moderator. So that's working. We got to give away keyword. Is this even working? We could do, but my giveaway thing isn't working. And I don't really understand why. Like, everything that you guys are typing should appear here. Nothing is appearing. It should appear in this section here. Nothing is appearing. Like, if I type it here, it should be where yours is typing it in the actual thing. It's not working. So I'm gonna have to figure this out, and we'll just have to do it on the weekend or Tuesday. It's just not working. Yeah, it's not coming through, dude. You should be in this chat here, and you're not. And I can't figure out why. Because Nightbot is online. He's integrated. Let's log out and log back in. Maybe that'll fix it. The good old have you tried turning it off and on again method. That usually does the trick, right? Test. Let's see. does that appear? It is not. No, it's not working. Someone type something. Yeah, I have no idea why it's not working. Maybe it's if big ad block is affecting it. Bigger. Big ad block might be affecting it. Nothing? No, it's not even ad block. Let's turn it off entirely for that. You guys are smart asses. That's what you think you are. Yeah, no, it's not working. So I'll have to figure this out, or find something else that actually works better. Sorry. There's literally no reason why this doesn't work. Ugh. Alright, let's try this. Let's try this. It's telling me to do something, so I'm going to do it. I'm gonna do it, chat. I'm doing it. It's telling me to do something. It's still not actually finding anything. No, I have no idea. Maybe this bot is dead for today, and I don't have any other one I could use. So yeah, we'll have to leave it till another time. Sorry, chat. Just ban Steve. It's funny because is what's his name? Is Devin about? That guy has had the power to time out Steve for about a week or two now, and he hasn't taken it upon himself to do it. Yeah, but a spin wheel website, don't even know what that is, but I'll think. It's probably YouTube, yeah. I mean, whatever they've done with this new AI system, mods can't time each other over. I guess I'll just have to take the mod status off you for like 20 minutes. Let him have some power. Let him run rampant. With great power comes great responsibility. That's what they say, right? Yeah, chat. Chat. So apparently, this one producer for a this producer this producer has come up with one of the most amazing ideas in actually making a video game into a movie. This has never been thought of before. And the consensus is this might actually make a good film, right? It might actually make a good film. But once we might actually get a good video game to a movie. I know that sounds hard to fathom and believe, but this producer believes that making the game based on the first BioShock game and making it basically the game is basically what you play in the movie is going to be what you play in the game and follow the game might actually make it successful. I mean, this is crazy. Someone actually turning around and saying, "Hey, I wonder if we actually make the movie follow what the game actually does that people loved and enjoyed and cherished. I wonder how the community would actually feel about this." You know what? I'm actually going to test that 20-minute theory out next time I'm streaming. See how quick you can get to my place. That could be interesting. Yeah, it seems like this tool died after Devastator dropped his membership. You're setting off now. Devin isn't even there. It's pointless. I mean, what are they going to do for Call of Duty? Hey, we're going to infiltrate the space, right? Wait, that's Metal Gear. Hey, we're going to go to war, right? We're going to go on a rescue mission. Yeah. So what makes us different from any other movie that's based on war? Well, we've got the Call of Duty name. All right. All right, troops, it's time to call for duty. Steve's going. Steve's not. Bye, Steve. Everyone's already wishing him a good journey. I mean, it can't be worse than the Aliens TV series, right? It can't be worse than that. But yeah, this concept was crazy. So Sucker Punch thinks only 10% of the studio would be hyped to make Sly Cooper. Now, this is a game that a lot of PlayStation fans are actually asking for because it's been a long time since a Sly Cooper game was made. It's one of the, you know, IPs that are AA that could potentially do well, but no one at Sucker Punch wants to make this game. So they should sell the IP, right? Mate, episode 4 was so bad. You can not watch it and it's okay. You can literally go from episode 3 to episode 5 and you would have missed nothing. But no, what I'm saying is they're going to sell the IP now, right? They should sell the IP. They should put it on sale and let someone else deal with it. Just like they were saying with the Perfect Dark IP, right? It's odd that you mentioned Infamous. Sucker Punch is open to another developer handling a remaster of Infamous. But they should just sell the IP, right? They shouldn't license it out. They should just sell it, right? They should sell the IP. Just like people were saying with Perfect Dark. They shouldn't license the IP out to another studio. Why would they want to do that? They should just sell the IP, right? Where's all the articles about them not selling the IP? Hey, I'm just saying it's like for like, right? You got to use the same energy. Where's the same energy? Where's the article saying why aren't they selling it so we can get this game made? It's just weird how it's one rule for one and another for the other. A Sly Cooper, I think, would be fine. It won't sell gangbusters, but it'll be fine. I think Sly Cooper has a good chance of being successful. All right. So this is what I have to put up with. This guy thinks he's being smart, right? All right. Read that statement and tell me how your brain doesn't hurt. Nintendo's blocked everything that can be fresh, new, and innovative. Explain to me how that statement that he's making doesn't hurt your brain. Have a good night, Steve. Anyone? He says, what is it that YouTubers and people on social media say? Not everyone can afford every game that comes out. That's a lie. So wait, just because he can afford it means everyone else can afford it? It's like he's now talking for the entire global gaming population. How I don't even. I don't. I don't. Nintendo. Sony is not acquiring Nintendo. Fuck those, man. I'm not even that gung ho on all things, you know. Xbox. I criticize stuff. What? I don't get it. I don't get it. But that's crazy, right? Sony doesn't own Zelda. They're just licensing Zelda for the movie. Just like they don't own Marvel because they're making Spider-Man. You know? I don't know. It's just weird, man. It's that the energy is just weird. But what's the beef going around between Nicola and I have no idea who she is, so I'm just gonna call her Cult Classic. I think her name is Cassie or maybe something like that. I don't know. But what's the beef going around between these two? I know it's taking a piss, but what's going on? These two have been that He's an idiot. He's... I don't get it. I'm trying to make some sense. No, Spider-Man's on PC as well now, so it's no longer PlayStation exclusive. She's with Hypnotic and JT and all them. Hypnotic? I just didn't understand what was going on. It seemed a little weird. You know? Drama channels? I don't know. I just saw that picture with Nicole. It just made me laugh.
I heard Game Pass is bad.
Chili, it's awful. They're providing you with tons of games to play, and it's you know, as a service, it's just not very good. Can you imagine a service providing you with options to play games? I know, right? It's like... Do you think this protest that 3 people are doing is going to affect Ghost of Yote? At the moment, there are probably 3 people on social media trying to rally troops and getting nowhere. But they are valiantly fighting against that idiot. And they want Sucker Punch to respond. Do you think it's going to affect the bottom line? Alex is promoting her channel sometimes on his Saturday night stream of over 5 to 6 hours, roasting all types of fanboys. I mean, I don't normally go into fanboy roasting. It's not really my thing, but I just I'm seeing this along my timeline all the time now, and I don't understand why. Even when, and I hate, you know, I might get murdered for this. Probably wrong choice of words in this climate, but even when Nicola is actually right in what he's saying, he is being, the crucifixion attempt on him is crazy. I don't know. I just thought it was weird. I mean, this is weird, right? This is even weirder. Does anyone actually know the price of these handhelds? They come out in 4 weeks. They come out in 4 weeks, and there is no price. No one knows the price. Not the US price, not the Canadian price, not the UK price, not the European price. No one knows how much this thing is going to cost, and it comes out in 4 weeks. Byron, I'll tell you what. If we get to 10,000 subs, I will dress up as something. Whether it's Scooby-Doo or something else, I will do it. If we get to 10,000 subs by the end of this year. I mean, tell us, whatever the price is, they kind of need to start announcing it. They need to start announcing it soon, right? Because people aren't just going to magically find whatever the money is out of nowhere and say, hey, we've just been holding this wad of cash here for a rainy day of Xbox handheld. No one is going to do that unless they're loaded. Right? No one. Not anyone. So, what the hell are they waiting for? Well, this one offers something that the others don't, right? Like the Lenovo one, for example, that's coming out next year. That one has a Z2 Extreme in there. This has a Z2 Extreme I in there. This one has got an AI APU additional socket, which the other versions don't have. So this one is unique in that regard, where it has hardware AI built into it, which is why it makes it more enticing and more future-proofing. They haven't given a price yet. There has been no price released. The only price that we have is something that someone leaked that they basically think is the price. But we don't actually know. Oh. You know? I just found it really odd. Alright, I'm going to end with Addict's video. He released a video that I've been asked to check out. So we're going to finish off with that one. And call it fake. Steve is still trying to. Oh, he's still sending me stuff about cloud gaming. I use it regularly. I'm telling him I don't care what the internet says. I'm looking at what my real world experience says. Look, I'm gonna try and get it.
Game Pass.
I'm gonna try and get it through GeForce Now, Borderlands. If I can get it for free, then I will give it a try. Obviously, it's not for free because I'm paying for GeForce Now. But if I can get it through there, I will try, and then I'll probably stream it a little bit and see if I like it or not. I've just never enjoyed the games. I've tried playing it in multiplayer. It's just never been my thing. But hopefully it will be open to everyone, and we can check it out. All right, I'm gonna speed this up a little bit. Hopefully 1.5 should not impact him talking, but if he sounds weird, it's because I've sped the video up. I normally watch at 2 times speed nowadays, YouTube videos, so, but it's really fast and difficult for people to understand. So 1.5 should be okay.
Is Game Pass, or did Game Pass do devastating damage to the gaming industry? That seems to be the question people have. I'm going to go into it. What's going on, you guys? Gaming Addict here, coming at you with another video. Today we'll be talking about Game Pass. There's a lot of aspects that comes to this. You know, for those of you who've been living under Raw, Game Pass is a subscription service, provided by Microsoft, where you get access to a variety of second party, and you get all their first party and some third party stuff in terms of what you can play day and date. They have multiple tiers, and for a couple years, people have been like really leaning into whether or not
175 seems reasonable, right? You guys can understand what he's saying. PlayStation killed Sega in the early 2000s. It's killing Xbox right now. And soon it's going to kill Nintendo, yeah? Nothing's going to kill Nintendo. Sony is just changing their path and trying to appeal to more consumers now. Because the PlayStation community isn't enough for them.
a Game Pass subscription model is hurting the industry in any way, shape, or form. Now, I have my own opinions. I'm gonna save it for a little bit later, so let's just get the information out first. There's been a lot that's went down the past couple of days in terms of what's been going on here. You know, from game developers always coming out saying, you know, X amount on Game Pass, against it or for it. There's a lot of stuff going on. So I think first thing we're gonna do is talk about Pete Hines' statement. Now, Pete Hines used to work for Bethesda. He worked there for them for a long time. He was with them when Microsoft bought Bethesda, and he left a couple years after that. And now this is like one of the first things he's like really stated publicly about anything. Keep in mind, I don't even think he specifically is mentioning Game Pass. He's talking about subscription services in general. So let's pop over here. So this is an article over there at IGN. Bethesda former senior vice president of global marketing and communication Pete Hines says gaming subscription services like Xbox Game Pass are worth jack. You guys know what he says. If the game developers who create content for them are not properly supported, the developers who create content for them, he's talking about developers in general. The ex-Bethesda figurehead who announced his retirement in 2023 after 24 years with the company opened up to the state of the gaming industry in his interview with DBL Tap. In addition to touching in his early days of the company behind Fallout and Elder Scrolls, Hines spoke about how he felt about the future of services like Game Pass looks like. He admits his retirement from Microsoft-owned Bethesda means his view on the matter may not be up to date. However, Hines says he witnessed what he considered to be short-sighted decisions made several years ago that now appears to be bearing out of the way now. Subscription services have become the new four-letter word, right? You can't buy a product anymore, which is not really necessarily true. You can definitely buy products. Hines says, when you talk about subscriptions that rely on content, if you don't figure out how to balance the needs of the service and people running the service with the people who are providing the content, without which the subscription is worth jack, man, he's really liking the cuss, man, jack shit, then you have a real problem. The tension is hurting a lot of people, including the content creators themselves, because they're fitting into an ecosystem that is not probably valuing and rewarding what they're making. So this is what Pete Hines said. Now, I want to go into a little bit on this. There's a couple things that I agree with him. There's some things that I feel, you know, he's speaking solely from the perspective of someone trying to push and make money, as much money as possible.
You know what? I really regret not buying that Starfield Stream Deck. I know you can't get them anymore. I did get the sleeve for the console. I've got the controller, I've got the headset. I do regret not getting the Stream Deck and the mic though. I wish I did. I just didn't have the funds at the time to buy it. It came out at the worst possible time and I couldn't afford it. Sucks!
Well, the biggest thing I'll agree with him is I agree with him in terms of developers. If you don't give the developers what they need to succeed, right here, this tension is hurting a lot of people, and especially including the content creators themselves. Essentially what's going on here is...
not sure, but not sure. I try to get people on the, like different people from different podcasts on the show all the time, but timing doesn't generally work. Although I do like to get people that don't agree with me so we can have a good debate. Having people that constantly agree with me generally just creates an echo chamber, and I personally like it when people come with an opposing view so we can actually have a discussion, have a debate. But that's what a good debate is, right? When two opposing people come together in a peaceful environment and have a conversation. He is doing better, Susanna. He had quite a bit of health issues, if I'm not mistaken, but he's doing a lot better now, at least from what he seems.
You're putting everything else ahead, especially money, in terms of the people that's actually making the content for you that's going to drive people to your subscription service. Now, that's 100% valid. You know, I've been very clear on this show, I've been clear on this channel, that these developers, if they're not supported correctly, they're going to leave the industry. A lot of these people can make more money out of the industry, have nothing to do with this industry. And I think a lot of people forget that. You know, the gaming industry isn't the only industry that you could code or do art stuff with. You know, there's a lot of other industries that'll pay you more, that you don't have to worry about how the landscaping is. Now, look, every industry is cooked. Every industry chases quarterly bonuses. Every industry wants that, you know, money to be bigger and bigger every quarter. But I will say, I don't see this much spike. Maybe the tech industry. You know, the gaming industry, like, we be laying off these people that are making games by the thousands every year. And to me, especially when you start looking at the vet people been in the industry for a couple years, how are you going to explain to them in the long term of why they should continue to do what they're doing? I don't know. To me,
they're getting a salary. They're getting paid. What more do they want? Maybe their bonuses are now being hit, but that's on the company to, you know, realign what those bonuses should be. That's not a Game Pass problem. That's a management problem. See, this is the thing that people don't get. This isn't a Game Pass problem. Sure, Game Pass is essentially what created the problem, but the management already knew this going into it. They should have had the foresight in changing what those metrics are. And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? What do these companies like Microsoft deem as success? That's the question. No one is asking this question, by the way. You go to any other podcast or any other video, no one is asking this question, and that is the fundamental question that needs answering. What is deemed as success? And it's not being answered. Right? And it needs to be answered, because that's why these developers are in the position that they are. They want additional bonuses. They want their hard work to be recognized. And if they knew what was deemed a success, then they could work towards it. But right now they can't. Right? No one is owed anything. You are paid to do a job. Now, if you are told on your contract when you sign up to the company, hey, you know, there's also performance-based bonuses as well, depending on how the work is, you know, the project succeeds. That being now automatically removed from you is a problem. But guess what? Those games are now coming to PlayStation. Those games, one or two of them at least, are going to Nintendo Switch. They're going to PC. So even though they're not now potentially getting the success that they used to get on Xbox via volume sales, they have the opportunity now to get those volume sales on PlayStation and Xbox and PC. So they've got two other avenues now to make that success, when before it was limited just to one. So Microsoft has at least done that in order to safeguard the developers. I know games going over to PlayStation at the time was a massive problem, but these companies have a profit and a loss, and they need to sell the games in order to do that, because their own profit and loss is not part of the Game Pass bag. Game Pass making 5 billion, 10 billion, 15 billion, 100 billion will not go towards the studios. They get a certain thing, and that's it. But they still need to sell the game in order to make their revenue, right? So that's why they do that early access stuff. That goes directly as dollar sales towards the studio. But now they're releasing those games on PlayStation. This should be much less of a problem. It shouldn't be that big of a problem. Now, that's one way Microsoft has tackled this and resolved this, which I'm perfectly okay with, by the way. I think that's a good move. But what Microsoft needs to decide and articulate is what is success in a subscription model. Is it 5 million people playing for more than an hour each? Is that what is deemed a success? Or is it 10 million people playing more than 5 hours? Is that what their target of success is? But they need to define it. And obviously it changes from game to game, but they need to provide some guideline of what is success. And the moment they do that, that's it. Every rhetoric about Game Pass bad goes away instantly. And anyone that does try to argue about it is basically being stupid and an idiot. They're just doing it for the sake of doing it. Okay, that's my rant out of the way. Continue.
Doesn't will look well, man. It doesn't look well. So then, essentially, what happened there is then Sean Layden, person that over there used to be head of PlayStation, had a lot to say about that. Now, I'm not going to go too much into Sean Layden because I do feel that there's a lot of scenarios where it does seem like anything related to subscription services in general. And I don't even think Sean Layden has an issue with Xbox. I think Sean Layden has an issue with subscription services. So then, this is what happened is...
No, Sean Layden absolutely has a problem with Game Pass. He's shitting on it every single opportunity he gets.
We got a conversation from Shannon. Now, Shannon used to be part of Xbox for a considerably amount of time, and this is what she said. This is all LinkedIn, if I remember correctly. As a long-time first-party Xbox owner, I can...
In third-party games don't really factor into this. It's first-party only. The third-party companies get a massive cache of money that goes towards them that usually covers, especially with indie, it covers their full development cost. 9 out of 10, it covers their development cost. They have no complaints. But someone like, say, Playground for Fable, they will not have their development costs covered. They need to make up that money through unit sales. And if that doesn't happen, or through microtransaction, then that becomes a problem. And this is why my question to Boom on Monday was, for live service games going day and day on Game Pass, that's fine because microtransactions make that money back in no time, right? People will spend. Just look at Helldivers 2. 50% of their revenue came from microtransactions, people buying the war bonds. But if it's a single player game like Indiana Jones, where does Machine Games make their money? There's no microtransactions. There's no additional sales. The only option they have really is early access. And they made bank on early access, right? They made bank. Same as Starfield. They made bank on early access. But unlike Starfield now, which does have microtransactions with the creation store for you to buy your mods, they're making money through that, and that's an influx of revenue that continuously comes in. But something like Indiana Jones doesn't have that luxury. So where does that game make its money? Outside of unit sales, it can't, because the Game Pass bag isn't there for them because they're an in-house studio. That's the problem that they're having right now. Get an opinion? But the studio still has its own P&L, Vince, and that needs to be balanced.
Test of what that P. Hines is correct. I could and maybe someday write pages on the weird inner tensions Game Pass creates. Shannon Locke is head of World Edge and maker of the Age of Empire games. So keep in mind she's been here for a while. She currently leaving doing something else. Now I'm kind of curious on what she says on the inner tensions Game Pass creates. Now there has been developers saying that they are looking to develop games a little bit differently because they know that because they are so accessible with Game Pass that they want to make sure that anyone that downloads the game is going to understand going out the gate. I think that's more of an issue. Onboarding is an issue in any game. It doesn't really matter what you're doing. So I don't know if necessarily that's something that you can use in this particular thing. Look, this is
and this is another thing. They said, Peter Hines said this and other people said this. It provides tension. What does tension mean? No one actually delved into what tension actually means. It means what? Like all of this conversation and drama that's coming up with Game Pass, no one is actually coming out with the kahunas to say, this is exactly how Game Pass is affecting it. Here's an example of X in real world example. This is how it eventually went with Y. And this is the resolution of what happened to X once it got to Z. You know, there are real world examples out there, but none of these people are coming out and saying, yes, this is the problem. Here's a real world example of what happens because of Game Pass. And this needs to change. All they're coming up and saying is, well, it provides a little tension. Do you know what that tension means? When you're making the game, you have to make it in a different way. And it's what Machine Games was saying, right? Machine Games said when they tackle, and when Christian ran off with we know that Game Pass players jump in for 5 minutes and then leave. What they meant by that was because it's a subscription game, we have to tackle this differently. We can't tackle it the same way as we would do with a box product. Because if you've paid your money for that game at $60-$70, you put it on for 5 minutes and then turn it off and walk away, they don't give a shit because they've got your money. But in a subscription service, they do give a shit because they want to make sure that you stick around because they need you to stick around. A lot of these contracts are based on performance on Game Pass. So what they will do is try to make that initial encounter, the initial opening salvo, as enticing as possible to keep you on board. And that's what they did with Indiana Jones. They made it really well designed and it was really well done. And so it kept the player base engaged long enough for the game to open up a bit more and for you to enjoy it even more. But you have to tackle it differently. Is that what they mean when it comes to tension? Maybe. It's just so vague, you don't know. And they didn't bother explaining. They never dived into it.
People are not going to like me. Does Game Pass hurt the gaming industry? I would say yes, but it's mainly in terms of sales on the Xbox platform. Clearly, they're cannibalizing sales on their platform. Now, people can sit there and say, oh, that's not true. No, it's true. It's just, I don't know to what margins it is. I don't know if, people that would have necessarily would not bought a game, people maybe ain't taking as much risk. I have seen, in my opinion, covering the gaming industry the past few years, just content creators in comment sections.
Credit to him. He's telling the truth. It does cannibalize sales on your platform. Like I said, I don't buy as many games, and I know a number of people that don't because, hey, if I'm playing it on Game Pass, it's a single player game, it's a one and done game, why am I buying it? Unless you want it for your collection. But you're not going to have every game for your collection. Whereas if it was a paid product, all the way to the end, you'd be paying for it.
Says when a cool indie comes up on the scene and they say, well, you know what, that looks interesting, but I feel like that's something that's going to be in Game Pass in a couple months, so they don't buy the game. Now, is that the grand scheme of things across the board? No, I do.
That happens a lot. I've seen it so many times on Twitter where people turn around and go, is this game on Game Pass? No, just buy the game. Nah, I'm going to wait like 6 months to a year. It'll be on Game Pass eventually. I'll play it then. It's clearly cannibalized.
You personally believe that if a game isn't in Game Pass and that gamer doesn't buy it, he probably wasn't going to buy that game before. Now, I do think there is some split right down the middle where it could either go either way, but in my opinion, those individuals probably weren't going to buy that game from the start. Now, doesn't mean every one of them. I'm sure there are some people that would have picked up right now what's going on with Xbox and Hollow Knight Silksong. I'm sure that did cost the developer and Microsoft some money, but
Infinite Hero, you're absolutely right. But to the average consumer, and this is what I always say, why do you care? When it comes to all of this in the grand scheme, why do you care? If you're enjoying your game and you are playing it, whether it's through the subscription service or you're buying it, it makes no difference. You are still playing the same damn game. There's no difference to the game. If I went and bought a physical copy or I played it through Game Pass, I am playing the exact same game, getting the exact same experience. So ultimately, I'm going to go for the cheaper option because that's common sense. Now, if you are one of those people that want to own a physical copy, then the other option makes more sense. But ultimately, as a consumer, you shouldn't care. this whole topic that's being discussed right now isn't from a consumer perspective. It's from the developers and the executives' perspective. This is where he's coming from, and this is the explanation that I'm giving. Absolutely right. From a consumer standpoint, none of this should matter to you. You know, Doc Dark said it in the previous video as well. None of this should matter to you at all. Like, none at all. Like, none of it should matter. Because why should it?
And not even necessarily the developer, because Microsoft gave the money. But I don't think that just because those individuals didn't pick up the game, because keep in mind, Xbox has the lowest hardware. So it's like, how much could it be, hurting the industry in general? Now, like I said, we can make the agreement.
That's the other thing. People are going as low as 22 million Xbox Series consoles sold. How can Microsoft possibly hurt the industry? You've got, what, 70 million PS5s out there that are in homes? Maybe, give or take. With it just doesn't make sense. That would hurt. People not buying games on those 70 million consoles is hurting the industry more than Microsoft's 25 million. I mean, they say 22 million, they say 25 million, they say 28 million, they say 30 million, they say 35 million, they say 40. I mean, the number of consoles sold by Xbox changes exponentially depending on what day you're actually asking people. So it ranges from 22 million all the way up to 40 million. That's a big, that's like, the difference is like double, but people change it as they go along. Yeah, that's why I left about 10 million in warehouses, Woodpit. So if Microsoft's dead, right? I mean, people keep saying Microsoft is dead. Their their console base and their user base is really small. How can something that small as a user base kill the industry, affect the industry?
That, in my opinion, that there are some people on Xbox that would have bought that game if they had to. But I don't blame those people. When you give someone the ability and the service such as like Xbox Game Pass, why would that person be buying stuff like that? And people like to look and say, well, why aren't people upgrading consoles? Everyone's on the Xbox One, everyone's on the PlayStation 4, no one's getting next-gen hardware, no one's buying new games. You don't have to look far to find the culprit for that. And in my opinion, it's not Game Pass. It's games as a service. Fortnite, Apex Legends, Call of Duty Warzone. There's a variety of games that have come out that are on previous gen, from Minecraft to GTA 6, that you don't necessarily need to upgrade. Now,
right. And that's where it is, right? That right there is the problem. You've got MMOs. I played, I remember 1 year, and 1 year I played the majority, I think 90% of my gaming time was with Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. Free to play. I didn't play anything else that year. Right? And then I kind of stopped playing those games and went to other. But these free-to-play service games, they are constantly releasing updates, constantly providing you with ways to enjoy the game, constantly providing you with ways to keep you engaged. They're basically keeping you locked in. On top of that, you play MMOs. I played Final Fantasy XI for 7 years, and it was the only game I played. I barely played anything else. I jumped into the other Final Fantasies, but my playtime is near enough 1.5 years. That's just playtime. Someone in chat work out what that is on a calculator for me, please. In Final Fantasy 14, I've got a crazy amount of playtime. Over a year in that 10 years that I played it. Right? If you're playing these games, these are the ones that are taking you away from those other paid experiences. Not Game Pass. At least Game Pass is making some money. But those other games, they're the ones that are changing the industry, taking you away. FIFA is another one. Like, I know people that literally just play FIFA, or my uncle, may he rest in peace. When he passed away, we went to his house for a wake. His kids and his wife was there, and they put on his PS5, right? And the only game he had on there was UFC. He had FIFA, and he had one other game on there. And that was it. That was all he played. That was all he played. And he's had the console from launch. And he was a gamer. But that's all he played. That's all he wanted to play. That's 13,149 hours. That's crazy. But you see, this is what's taking people away from these AAA games. Like, why would I go buy Kronos now? Which I am going to buy. It's priced at 50 quid. I think that's a fair price for that game. And I think games should be around £50. At £50, I'm more willing to just invest in the game now and play it sometime soon than if a game was 70, right? But why would I jump into that now when I've got a brand new update now released on Genshin Impact, which will provide me with, I don't know, 10, 15, 20, 30 hours of gameplay? That's about 2-3 weeks of gameplay for me with my time, with the time that I've got. I'm already secured there with that free-to-play game that I don't have to invest a single dime in to play. This is where the industry is going bad. Because these other games like Fortnite, Apex Legends, gacha games are taking your time because the barrier to entry is free. And as long as the game is good, they are keeping you engaged. They are taking you away from the paid products. It's not Game Pass that's ruining the industry. It's not Game Pass that's damaging the industry. It is these free-to-play games that is actually doing it. They are the ones that are moving it away. Look at the first Ascendant. That went from a game that was supposed to be a Destiny killer to now become pretty much the biggest Guna game on the market. It's trying to compete with games like Azure Lane, believe it or not. Nothing will ever compete with Azure Lane, but at least it's trying to compete with Azure Lane. And it knows its market. It's definitely gone for the Guna squad, and it's doing well enough for it to get updates and continue moving forward. You've got games like Warframe still tricking along, free to play, and they offer you way more than games like Destiny do. Why would, this is the biggest problem. I blame gacha. It's not just gacha bags, but gacha has definitely blown up since Genshin Impact. Technically, you can blame Breath of the Wild because Breath of the Wild is what gave gacha the reason to exist. There are just too many single game gamers nowadays who don't need to buy other games. Dude, that's it. There's so many games coming out. Like this month and next month, how many games are coming out? It's crazy. There's no way you can fit all those games in. You can go buy them day one. You're not going to play them all, though. The average person just isn't going to play all of the games. So what you do is you wait until you're ready to play it. And the problem with that is, eventually time passes, and then you're like, I really wanted to play that Hogwarts Legacy, but it's now, this game is coming out now. I don't know if I want to spend 50 hours in that game when this new one is coming out. And so then those games start getting pushed aside, and then you don't invest in them at all, even if it is on sale. Wilds for me was great. Was a great buy. Way over 500 hours. Did I buy anything when I'm still playing? Exactly. These are the points. These are the points. I want to get into Metal Gear Solid Delta. I'm going to get into that in a little bit after this, and I think that's going to be the final thing I do. But I actually have a big problem with the Metal Gear Solid Delta, which is why I'm happy I didn't purchase it. Most Hoyoverse gamers are free to play. They are, because that's the market that they... I mean, Hoyoverse was... they became the quickest company to reach $5 billion capital ever. They made it in 6 months. They reached that point in 6 months, and they became the fastest video game company to do it. It's crazy.
We've seen when they do release something, in this generation only, in the current generation, like the college football game, when that came out the first year, I was told specifically that all console units skyrocketed that month. But when you have the biggest games in the industry that are always available on previous gen and you never have to upgrade to buy them, why would people buy them? And I think that's your biggest culprit. And keep in mind, back in the day when, you know, these consoles sold more games and they sold more hardware, Fortnite, I would say if you made a next-gen Fortnite, and I don't think they would ever do it because, you know, business-wise, it makes no sense for them to do that. Just think about just how many people would upgrade just for that game. But how many people would they lose that don't upgrade? You know, something like Fortnite, you don't necessarily have to make a next-gen only game, a next-gen only format. And I think that's the biggest reason that we're seeing in the industry is these games, you don't need current gen. You can play them all last year. Hell, half of them you can play on the phone. So I think that's the biggest place that you guys need to look at magnifying glass in. It's not Game Pass. It's not EA Play. It's not Ubisoft Premium or whatever they call that thing. I'm sure you guys put the comments corrected me. It's games as a service. It's the free-to-play market. That has done more damage. And I'm not even saying that subscription services have done no damage to the gaming industry. I would willing to bet you if you went and you really looked up numbers, you could find some damage that the subscription services have done. But you could probably times that by 10 and multiply that by 5. And it wouldn't even touch what the games as a service and free-to-play market's done to the industry. You know, I would say that it's done some good. For instance, crossplay. I don't think crossplay would be where it is without Fortnite. But that's really about it that I can think of. Now, they have showed effective ways of having a games as a service. They've showed effective ways of doing, you know, season passes and, you know, they've done online subscriptions themselves. But I think you guys need to look more into that. That's just my opinion on the matter. But yeah, put the comments below what you guys feel. Very curious your guys' opinion. Like, look, I get it. You know, Shannon, Pete, you know, first off, they're going to speak from the executive level. And I think Pete Hines has always been a stand-up person. And I believe what he says. Look, it is causing some friction at these studios that are making these games. I don't know what degree, and I don't know to what measure that's been going on. And I agree with Shannon. As far as like Sean, like I said, I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to take what he says serious. He kind of contradicts himself a lot in the industry. When you put the comments below what you guys feel, I'm very curious you guys. But if you guys enjoyed this video, hit that like button.
It's a good video. And I agree with him. I do think that the problem here isn't Game Pass. It never was. The problem is the other games taking you away from the paid product. And maybe, just maybe, right? Hear me out here. Maybe these companies, instead of trying to increase their game to 70, 80, 90, $100, how about lowering the cost of entry to 40, $50 so more people can buy your game? Experiment with that idea. Release a AAA game, price it at $39.99, and see how many people will just buy it because the entry is way lower. Anything below 50, and then it starts to become an impulse buy. At 20 or below, that is an impulse buy. But the moment you're going near that £100 mark or $100 mark, that's when you start to think, am I going to play this right now, or should I wait for a sale? And that impacts metrics and sales for the studio. But if you price it at a point where the game is accessible to way more people, people will buy more. You know, I've been saying this about the gacha industry for ages. They price their skins at like £100 a skin. I ain't buying a single one at that price. But then they turned around at Christmas last year and put the skin at £8. From £100 to £8. Everyone on the server bought one. Everyone. There wasn't a single person I saw that didn't have that skin on. Everyone bought it. Which, you know, it just completely validates what I'm saying. If you make the barrier to entry low, more people are inclined to spend to go into and try it out. You spending £100 and then not liking the game is a massive hit on your wallet. But you spending 30, 40 quid, lessons learned. But you won't feel as bad. But what if you really enjoyed that game? Then you'll go and buy, like, I don't know, if it has a battle pass, if it has like a DLC deluxe upgrade, you'll increase your spending on it. Right? There's just so much more that you can add on to it if the game is successful and if you enjoy the game. There's avenues of spending. But these companies only look at, no, I want that initial revenue. And the problem with that is it comes at a cost. Not everyone is going to spend $100 on something with the knowledge that they might not like it. So they wait for a review. And if the review is fine, then they'll consider it. And if they can't afford it, they're still going to wait for a sale anyway. Or they're going to go and get it through other means where it comes for free. And that completely defeats the purpose entirely. But of course, all these companies, these people, not companies, but these people are going to blame Game Pass. Do you know why they're going to blame Game Pass? Because they can't blame a free-to-play game. What are they going to say? I mean, look at it. They tried with Silksong. They turned around and said Silksong is bad for the industry because it's priced at £16. They actually came out and said it's hurting the industry because of its price point, and it sold millions. That game sold gangbusters. The studio is happy with how, over the moon with how many copies they sold. They made a wad of cash. Now, I'm not saying for AAAs to be priced at that low point, but the point still stands. How is Hollow Knight Silksong hurting the industry? All it's doing is reinforcing the trope, the rule that if you spend less, if you price your product at a reasonable price, you will sell more. If you price it at a premium, you won't. I mean, that's literally it. They don't want to talk about the bloated budget of these games that due to overhiring it to shorten the length of production, spent big on marketing and constantly changing. Yeah. The cost of gaming isn't cheap, but you will sell more. The average attach rate for a game today is about 1 to 4% of your user base because of the price point. Your console user base, any game that sells above that is an exception to the rule, right? Or it has an IP that is really, really popular, that it's going to do well regardless. But the general attach rate is between 1 and 4%. But if you reduce the cost of that game from 70, 60 down to 40, that attach rate would probably double or triple. It would probably triple or even quadruple because more people will be inclined to pick up the game day one because it's within their budget. And you just make more money. But corporates don't see it like that. They want instant gratification. Now, the only other thing I wanted to talk about before I finish is Metal Gear Solid. And a lot of people are talking about Delta being a great remake, a fantastic remake, in fact, one of the best. And I actually have a big problem with it. And I don't really see anyone talking about this either, considering it is a remake, right? It isn't a remaster. This game has been fully remade in Unreal Engine. I've only seen one person talking about this, and that was on Twitter. And it was someone that I talked to, but no publication has mentioned this at all. Not that I've seen. They modernized everything in that game except the controls. Yeah, I know. I just put the thing on. This isn't thing. I just put the placeholder on. I don't have any Metal Gear footage on me. I wasn't planning on talking about Metal Gear until I saw it. The controls are still the archaic Metal Gear original 3 controls. There is nothing different about it. It controls exactly the same. Why did they not modernize the controls? Why did they not modernize the controls? I don't understand that they should have modernized the controls. Why would they just leave it and it just becomes really sluggish? Brick, that doesn't counter my point at all. In fact, it kind of reaffirms my point. Because what Shift Up has done there. Disable, yeah, blocker. Okay. What Shift Up has done there is basically put £100 skins in the game. it's not bad controls. It's just the controls that were acceptable back in the early 2000 are not acceptable today. It's very clunky, it's very rigid, and stuff that you'd expect to be able to do today, you can't do. Like Resident Evil 4, the original, is very mechanically clunky, but when they remade it, they modernized the controls to work with what people would expect today. And that's what they should have done with Metal Gear. It really is a lazy remake. It really is. All they've done is basically updated the graphics, and that's it. That's it. And it's sad. You know, they could have done something really special with this. But right now, there's you know, outside of the graphical fidelity, there's no difference between you playing the original and this one. And if you've already got the original, run it through an emulator on your PC. Put the disc in and run it. It will work. It's just on a DVD drive. I know no one has a disc drive, but you can get one for like a $5. Plug it in, run the emulator. You'll actually get it with upgraded textures, running in 4K. It's weird. This last thing that Brick sent, let's have a look. Shift Up reports record Q2 profit thanks to Stellar Blade. Yeah, China went crazy over this, right? This game sold gangbusters in China. But China supports their games. I know this is Korean, I think, right? But they still support it. They turned up. Look at, what is it? Black Myth Wukong. I think like 80%, 85% of the sales were in China. Only 15% was in the West. You know, in China, and they are turning up to buy these games. You know, they're doing gangbusters money. And good on them, man. Absolutely good on them. They are turning up and supporting the studios. And I can't fault that. I can't fault that. If you looked at what is it, Black Myth Wukong when it came out, you would see the graph on Steam charts. When China was awake, it was at 3 million. When China was asleep, it was at 200,000. That's the difference in players playing concurrent. China awake, 3 million. China asleep, 200,000. That's crazy. I know people are going to say, well, it doesn't matter where the sales came from. What I'm saying is, if you took it out of the equation, it didn't sell very well in the West. It sold gangbusters in the East. But that's the point I'm making, Talos. And so, you know, China actually really enjoyed this game. This game did, again, really well. If you looked at the graphs for Stellar Blade, which is a fantastic game, by the way, you absolutely should play this game. If you haven't played it, you absolutely should. It's a phenomenal game. I really enjoyed it. Good story, good gameplay, even better music. Definitely play it. I'm really looking forward to the sequel if they ever do one. This might be one of the few games I actually replay. I've played it on PlayStation. I've got it on PC. I might actually replay this on PC. This is one of the only few games where I actually do consider wanting to go back. But yeah, they turned up, man. They turned up, and they made sure that the game did phenomenally well. But Nikkei, making bags of money, but again, they have that same problem. one of the biggest selling things for these gacha games is skins. And if you price those skins outside of what people are willing to pay for them, and you're only catering for the whales, you're gonna create a bottleneck at some point. But these gacha companies don't understand that. Stellar Blade 2 is confirmed. Nice. Pony likes Stellar Blade. Damn straight. You ain't gonna see a better one anywhere around. You know what? At this point, I'm just gonna accept the allegations. I've already got a PlayStation Portal, even though it was really cheap. I'm just gonna run with the allegations now. Also, Bags would like. Oh, Bags was about to celebrate there. He was about to go over the moon. He was about to say, finally, it's happening. Oh, sorry to disappoint you, buddy. But chat, that is going to be it for today. I hope I see a number of you on Saturday. Again, it's going to be open to everyone to come and enjoy, to watch, chat along. None of those community nights that I do with the members is going to be paywalled. I don't believe in that. I want it open to everyone to be able to think. Just, it's something that I do in terms of participation. This isn't the only way that you play games with me. I play games with people on my Discord all the time. So if you want to, you know, hang out and do gaming as well through there, just feel free to join my Discord. We play all sorts of games ranging from Helldivers to anything really. Anything that's fun. Death by Daylight. Usually it's party games. We've been playing Outlast Trials recently, which is freaky as shit, but it's a good game. So feel free to join my Discord and join in on that fun too. Again, that's open to everyone. All right, my folks, that is it. I'm out. Sorry to burst your bubble bags. I just had to do it, man. I had to. Have a good one, folks. Thanks so much for watching. If you're new to the channel, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps with the algorithm, and it helps getting these videos and streams noticed. And I will see you in the next one. Peace out, and remain legend. Hope you had a good time, folks.